Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Angela Herlock, and I'm the chairperson for the Chicago Housing Authority. To all our residents, guests who are here with us today in board chambers, I want to extend a very warm welcome. And to all our remote viewers, thank you for joining today's meeting via our live stream video broadcast. To say the least, the last 2 years have been challenging for everyone. That is completely an understatement. On behalf of my fellow board members and the CHA staff, we are delighted to finally be back in in-person meetings. Since the pandemic started, health and safety protocols have changed as the virus data has shifted. However, the health and safety of our residents, staff, and community has always been and continues to be of top priority. Masks are therefore strongly recommended for all individuals attending board meetings. And at the entrance and at common areas, we have extra masks, gloves, and hand sanitizers. Working together, I'm confident that we can strive to create the safest gathering possible. I truly believe that no computer screen, teleconference call, or digital experience can replace the benefits and positive experiences of us meeting in person like we are today. In my experience, in-person meetings allow people to build stronger and more meaningful business relationships, and in-person meetings also allow us avenues to express ourselves through body language, facial expressions, and it's a more natural interaction. It promotes engagement, and it can have a profound effect on relationship building. We respect the fact that you all took the time out of your busy schedules to attend this meeting today. We value your input, we encourage public involvement, and we are interested to hear what you have to say. Depending on the questions you ask, we may respond in different ways. CEO Scott may be able to provide immediate response, or we may be able to contact you personally at a later date, but we will ensure that your concerns are addressed before the next scheduled meeting. And to ensure that all registered speakers get the opportunity to address the board, we will enforce the 2-minute time limit. Speakers are not allowed to cede their time to another person, and additionally, speakers must appear individually. When called upon, please come to the podium, state your name, address, identify the organization or group that you're representing, and please state your concern. Courteous, respectful, and civil behavior is expected from all persons attending this meeting, and all comments should be addressed to me, the presiding chair, and not to individual members of the board or to CHA staff. Personal attacks, abusive language, leveled at commissioners, staff, and residents or other individuals will not be tolerated. Disruptive behavior that impedes conducting committee or board businesses is also prohibited. Disruptive behavior includes, but is not limited to, personal attacks, abuse or threatening or intemperate language, and refusal to abide by time limitations set forth in the public participation rules. Individuals who are disruptive may be given a warning and will, if necessary, be removed from the building. And if an individual is removed from a meeting as a result of disruptive behavior, the individual may forfeit his or her right of reentry to future board-related meetings. Public participation for today's meeting is in person only, but starting with the September 20th, 2022 committee board meetings, our intention is to allow individuals to be able to participate remotely as well. A copy of the interim guidelines for limited in-person meeting format was included in your handouts and can be found on the CHA's website. Please call the board secretary's office for information related to in-person attendance or public comment process. And as a reminder, items appearing on committee agendas will first be presented for discussion, vote, and public commentary, and then the public commentary is limited to the comments related to an agenda item. Agenda items will then move from committee to full board for approval. General public commentary will then follow. Please turn off your cell phones, silence your cell phones while in the meeting. Unfortunately, Vice Chair Brewer is not able to join us today due to a conflict in his work schedule, and we therefore do not have a quorum for the Finance and Audit Committee. Accordingly, item number 1, which is the authorization to adopt a revised investment policy, will be presented and voted upon by the full board. And I will now hand over the gavel to my esteemed colleague, Megan Hart, Chair of the Tenant Services Committee.
Good morning and welcome to the July 19th Tenant Services Committee. My name is Megan Hart and I'm the chair of the Tenant Services Committee. I'd like to call today's meeting to order. The board secretary will call the roll to establish a quorum.
Good morning again, Commissioners. Commissioner Brewer, Commissioner Harris. Here. Commissioner Parker,
Here.
Commissioner Washington,
Here.
Commissioner Hart.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thanks, Lee. Let the record reflect that Chair Hurlock and Commissioners Gutierrez and Matanke are also in attendance but not counted for the quorum. We have one item before for consideration on today's agenda. This item will be presented by Cheryl Burns, Chief Housing Choice Voucher Officer, and Eric Garrett, Chief Property Officer. It's item number 2 on the board agenda, and it reads as follows. Authorization to adopt the FY 2022 Administrative Plan and FY 2022 Admission and Continued Occupancy Policy.
Good morning, Commissioners. I have Josh Edwards from the Property and Asset Management Division here standing in for Eric Garrett for questions on the ACOP.
Good morning.
Morning.
HCV and PAM performed our routine review of our HUD-required policies. Our approach to our review this year attempted to make updates to align policies across our programs, to clarify items, and to bring standalone policies into each of our policy documents, as well as suggesting a few new policy changes. Prior to seeking this approval, we held a 30-day public comment period from April 29th through May 31st of this year. CHA received 5 comments during the public comment period. 3 comments were individual issues not related to policy changes, and 2 were directly related to the policy changes proposed. Of the 2 comments directly related to policy changes, one focused on the updated cannabis and marijuana policy, and the other touched on multiple policy changes, including the VAWA emergency transfers, cannabis and medical marijuana, reasons for unit refusals, the Just Housing Amendment procedures, smoke-free properties, community space guidelines, and assistance animals. As a result of these comments, language changes were made to policies to ensure clarity for readers. To highlight a couple of the changes in both the admin plan and ACOP, the cannabis policy was not renewed in a standalone format, but was added to each of our policy documents in similar form that were approved by this board. Similarly, the administrative plan adopted the VAWA emergency transfer plan, which has been crafted as a standalone document. That document, too, has been collapsed into the administrative plan. A new policy on the voucher side is to allow for a preference to be granted to voucher holders on the PBV waitlist, to voucher applicants, my apologies. In public housing, the time frame for examining families with 0 income certification was increased from 90 days to 180 days, just to align with the administrative plan. And with that, Josh and I are available to answer any of your questions.
Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Washington?
I have 2 questions, 2 issues on the new administrative plan. When it comes to domestic violence and transfers, could we have a stipulation how many times a person can be transferred? Because some people is just milking the system. Ain't no way in 3 years you should have been transferred 6 or 7 times. I know one person transferred from 51st and Calumet to 24th and Lundale, from 25th and Lundale, 1616 Juneway, 1616 Juneway, West Haven, from West Haven down to scattered sites. That's too many times. People milk the system. Everywhere you go, you can't have a problem. It's got to be you. And then have other problem with dogs. Yes, people can have dogs, but how many? There's got to be a limit, especially when they don't clean up behind them and especially when they share space with other people. Some people allergic to dogs.
So as it relates to the VAWA issues, what we will commit to doing is to providing a counseling or accepting or requesting more information before we allow a transfer. But as we talked about in the briefing, we really do want to make sure that people that are really in danger have the opportunity to move.
We need to put some stipulations so they'll keep themselves out of danger. As long as they can do as they please, by their will, it don't matter. let them know you can only transfer so many times, I bet it'll change.
Again, we can increase the level of verification required after an initial attempt, but we will still need to hear them out and respond as best we can. But thank you for that comment.
I would presume, Cheryl, that there is a referral in connection to services as well.
We do offer services, or we attempt to offer services. They're not, they don't have to accept them, but we do make referral for services.
Under the pet policy, is there a limitation on the number of animals, or is that in?
There, correct. There is a limitation on the number of animals. And the proposed change for the ACOP actually is related to assistance and service animals. It's a clarification really per HUD regulations and ADA regulations. The CHA and housing authorities cannot restrict breed and weight restrictions. So that's really what the ACOP change is focused on, is clarifying that for assistance and service animals, there are no breed or weight restrictions. Generally, for pets, we do prohibit certain breeds, Rottweilers and such. But for assistance and service animals, those are not limited, and those would be reviewed essentially by our team on a case-by-case basis. So there would be an assessment of the number of such animals.
What is the weight limit?
Thank you. Commissioners, other questions? Commissioner Matanky?
What is the weight limit on dogs, and where do you refer our tenants for services in general?
The weight limit, that is, I believe it's either 30 or 40 pounds.
So medium size.
Medium-sized dog, right? Yeah, right. And their second question?
Sure. Where do we typically refer tenants who have problems like this?
So it depends on the specific presentation of what they need. It could be mental health related, and we can send them to one of our Family Works providers who can link them with a number of different mental health services. There are specific DV counselors that they can talk to. On the voucher side, we have hired a clinical support specialist that can work with them, both to provide clinical counseling if that's something they're open to, as well as make referrals to other agencies.
Thank you.
Commissioner Parker?
Yeah, so on the, I got a couple of issues. One is on the changes to the ACOP for transfers between properties or between programs. The only way they can get a transfer is to, if it's like something CHA can't handle. Say I went on the transfer because my building is being converted to RAD and now I want to switch to public housing. Would that transfer be allowed in ACOP?
The current ACOP does permit that. So there is a category in the ACOP for RAD conversion. That's permitted if you're in a building that is converting to RAD. You can choose. The CHA would give at least 180 days notice that the building is converting to RAD, and residents can choose then to, if they do not wish to convert into a RAD building, they can request a transfer to another public housing property. That's in the existing ACOP, the 2020 ACOP. What we're proposing is, or the proposal for the 2022 ACOP is an allowance for residents to transfer between programs, between public housing, RAD PVV, and PBRA, the city-state financed properties. So currently, they're really separate. Well, they are separate programs. So if someone were to request a transfer between them, it really would not be allowed. But we're proposing that be allowed in the future if no unit is available within their existing program. So we would always still seek, look for a unit to transfer within the program from PH, from public housing to public housing, or RAD to RAD, or PBRA to PBRA. But in some cases, such as for reasonable accommodations, for example, maybe particularly in city-state properties where there are only 3 properties in that program, very limited, very difficult sometimes to find a unit that accommodates their needs within PBRA, within that program. So we would now be allowed to look outside of the program. They would technically be leaving the one program and entering the other, technically, but at least that would then be allowed in the future.
Okay, and then I want to speak just a little bit about the VAWA. I just,
Speak up, Commissioner.
I just want.
Commissioner Parker, Mike is going to check your mic right now because you cannot be heard.
Okay.
Just speak up.
Oh, okay, so with the VAWA, program, VAWA, I just wanted to make sure that women know that they got a place to turn in the event that they're being harassed or threatened. And it don't matter how many times a person keep finding me and I keep being threatened, I'm still a victim. So I don't wanna diminish the fact of victims. If they feel like their life is in jeopardy, then we take that serious, no matter if it's 50,000 times, you know? So I want to just make that clear for me on the record, that we don't try to change the policy telling a woman that you've been victimized too many times. You know, cowards victimize folks all the time, and they can keep finding you. They spend their life chasing you down. So they found you, even if whether you told them or not, or you share kids or whatever you got. So I just want to keep that open and keep that opportunity going, that women have a right. And then I want to ask about involve all domestic violence cases is not pertaining to relationships. So what about if a resident is being harassed or violated from a neighbor, you know, and how serious are we taking that? Because I'm hearing a lot from just residents saying that I'm being victimized and they don't feel like nothing being done about it. So do they have to go through, what's the process of that? Is that addressed in the new ACOB? Just regular victims of probably neighborly violence.
It's not included as far as a change in the ACOB.
But it's in there.
But it is in there, right, yeah. So victim assistance transfers are in the emergency transfer MAT, the mandatory administrative transfer category. And there is no limitation on the number of requests that can be made. And we do see that as well, that people do transfer.
Okay, thank you.
Multiple times.
CEO Scott?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Parker and Josh. I just wanted to emphasize that VAWA is statutory. And so we are required to follow the law in terms of victims assistance, and it can be women or men. It applies to all who feel that they are under threat. And so we will continue to do that, whether, as Commissioner Parker said, however many times they come to us, but we will also be diligent in making sure that we're verifying information that they're providing to us.
Thank you. One more question, Commissioner Washington?
I should have turned my page, but I've turned it now. I have one, this is for administrative plan, live-in aids. We have live-in aids riding Escalades and driving Jaguars. But the live-in aid is just what it means. Aid is an aid. It means help of some kind.
Mhm.
If I'm a live-in aid, everything's included, no rent, no utilities, no nothing. My job to aid that resident. Too many times we go into residents' apartments that's failing housekeeping. How you fail a housekeeping inspector at live-in aid? We need to put some type of letter, something in place, let them live in aids. No, you are live in aid. This person's house is dirty, so you are aid. Evidently, she can't clean up. She ain't cleaned up. So since you're here, you need to clean it up. They can't live there free. They even got a parking space, a particular park they call. Another residents can't get one because there's limited parking spaces. We need to put some stipulation. We need to give them all a letter. Your job to aid this resident. She have poor housekeeping. Your job to clean up. If I continue to come in, she continue to fail, that means you got to go. Some people need aids, but you got to do something. You can't get rich off the resident in need. So we need to put something in place, even for homemakers. If you're a homemaker and you got dishes stacked up in the sink, the bathroom is dirty, if you can't clean up the house as a homemaker, you need to go. We need to, I've been saying this for years. We need to put something in place. We can't keep coming with these rules and passing this, and this stagnate just sitting there. We passed it, big deal. We ain't enforcing nothing. No, two main things. And I'm tired of going, not everybody. Some people out for poor housekeeping will live in aids. I'm tired of that. Poor homemakers. We need to put something in place.
One of our proposed changes does address this in the proposed ACOP. It's the residents, including those with live-in aids, are responsible for housekeeping and/or maintenance, upkeep. I'll just read. If such a resident is non-compliant, the CHA reserves the right to document inspections and observe
I read
deficiencies.
that. That's not what I'm talking about. We need to put something in place so they'll know. They think because they sign these, I'm a live-in aid, it's a done deal. They don't have to
Right.
do nothing.
So the point
to put
is
something in place
policy
and right.
and then a follow-up procedure.
Right.
That's the request.
Got it.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Any
Right.
other questions, commissioners?
I'll help you do it if you don't know how.
Thank you, Cheryl and Eric. Commissioner Washington suggests that she could be helpful to the procedures. You're welcome. Thank you, Commissioner Washington. Commissioners, we did not receive any requests from the public to speak on item number 2. I will therefore present a motion for approval of item number 2. Is there a second? All in favor say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, item number 2 is approved. Since there is no further business to discuss, I will make a motion to adjourn this meeting. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Are there any nays? Hearing none, the July 19th Tenant Services Committee meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes.
Could we take one fast minute for Mike to switch Commissioner Parker's mic?
Yes.
Will you check Commissioner Washington?
Mike, also Commissioner Washington?
Okay, sorry. I could hear you, I didn't know.
It is recommended that we do not touch the antenna of the mic. If you want to move your mic, move the base, because that's where you hear all of the static. So you have to actually lift up the base and move it a little. But you have to be careful because there's not a lot of give.
Okay.
Testing, yeah.
Perfect.
Testing. Testing. You probably need to switch to somebody that don't talk as much as me then.
A recommendation also
I
is
need
that
my
you
mic.
speak directly into the mic. Again, a recommendation is that you speak directly into the mic,
Yeah, I got
the
it.
way I'm doing.
I got it.
All right, thank you, Mike. I was remiss at the beginning of the meeting. I definitely wanted to acknowledge our latest commissioner, Commissioner Luis Gutierrez, who has joined us. He is the founder and CEO of Latino Progresando, and he has been there since 1998. In 2010, he launched the Marshall Square Network that has grown from 3 to 45 organizations, and he was approved by City Council in October of 2021. He has served as the co-chair of Equity and Inclusion Committee on the ACLU, and he is on the board of directors of Illinois. He sits on the board of directors for the Lincoln Park Zoo and is also a member of the board at the Looking Glass Theater Company. And so we welcome him as our latest commissioner on the board.
Welcome.
Thank you for your attendance. And then we will now turn over the gavel to Commissioner James Matanke, who will now lead the Real Estate Development Committee.
Good morning and welcome. It's good to be back in person again. Thank you all for coming. My name is James Matanke, Chairman of the Real Estate Operations Development Committee. The July 19th meeting is now called to order. The board secretary will call the roll to establish a quorum.
Commissioner Gutierrez? Commissioner Harris? Commissioner Parker?
Here.
Commissioner Matanke?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Lee. Let the record reflect that Chairperson Herlock and Commissioners Hart and Washington are also in attendance but not counted for the quorum. We have 9 items for consideration today by this committee. As a reminder, comments from the audience will be entertained after presentation by staff and discussion by commissioners. Items will be voted upon after public participation. Eric Garrett, oh, you're here, okay. Hi, Eric. Chief Property Officer will introduce the first 6 items, starting with item number 3, authorization to adopt the fiscal year 2022 non-dwelling premises use and lease policy.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
The Chicago Island Authority seeks to update the non-dwelling premises use and lease policy. This policy was last updated in 2009. It outlines the
Eric, can you please speak into the mic? Thank you, Eric. We cannot hear you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. The Chicago Island Authority seeks to update the non-dwelling premises use and lease policy. The policy was last updated in 2009. It outlines the permitted uses and lease requirements for the CHA non-dwelling premises in the residential and commercial buildings, such as the Charles Sage Family Center and Investment Center and the Argyle Family Resource Center, as well as CHA-owned vacant land. This policy outlines permitted uses for property management service, social services, public safety, economic self-sufficiency program services, and anti-drug activities. The policy also outlines the use and restriction at non-dwelling premises, the alcohol consumption, public campaign offices, religious worship. The most notable update in this policy includes the removal of the process that includes procedural language such as application approval timelines. I have Josh Edwards here to also answer any questions that you may have regarding this item.
Thank you, Eric. Are there questions from the floor?
I have a question.
Yes, Dr. Harris.
Okay. My question is, if you just explain, what is the difference between the non-dwelling premises use and the lease policy and the CHA community space policy?
That's a great question, Commissioner. The community space policy is actually identified in most of our community areas in our, such as our senior buildings. Those are where actually we have, inside where the property management oversees that function, that responsibility. The non-dwelling premises outlines actually all of our standalone properties and our vacant lands. So the two kind of differs. One is that it's actually a part of the actual common area of the actual building itself, and the other is a standalone dwelling structure.
I have another question.
Yes, ma'am.
Please.
Does the leasing of the 6th and the 13th floors fall under this policy?
I can't hear you, ma'am.
Does the leasing of the 6th and the 13th floors of this building, does that come under this policy?
That's comes on a separate policy.
That's separate. Okay.
Any other questions?
Yes. I understand about the vacant space and all that, but as you know, the Central Advisory Council, there are vacant space designated beside the LEC office of some properties. It's okay, so long as y'all don't mess with our space. The residence space.
Don't know the Commissioner. All spaces that's related to such policies will be addressed with individuals such as the
Speak
LEC. Any changes related to the policy will be definitely addressed. We'll work through our LEC presidents as well as our property management companies to identify what areas needs to be clarified.
Okay, just in case we bring agencies in, they have a space. Does HUD mandate all our units be put back online? We have space. Y'all want to take it over? Please see them first, CAC first.
So noted. Thank you, Commissioner.
Eric, may I ask a question with regard to background checks?
Yes, sir.
We don't necessarily conduct them on our tenants, but we require our tenants to conduct them on their employees?
So it is not mandated. So we such as where if a third party is actually renting our space, then they are required to, or they may be required to conduct background
checks. It says shall be required, if I'm reading it correctly. Roman numeral 5, C3. And it seems a little bit generic when I'm not really sure what kind of background checks we're mandating. The lessee shall be required to conduct background checks on all employees that will be conducting business on the premises on behalf of the lessee. May is up on B3, 5B3. That has to do with us and our tenants. We may conduct those, but the tenants are required to conduct them.
So, I'm sorry, I do see where you're identifying that, Commissioner. If you look at under 5B, the requirements for the use of non-dwelling, 3.
Correct, but that's a CHA may conduct those, but then we're requiring our tenants to
For
absolutely.
those who have a lease with us.
Yes, to do conduct, and we don't specify what type of background checks and what's acceptable and what's not.
No, we do not, Commissioner.
So we could just have people hiring folks with really bad backgrounds, and they could be in our business, but they have technically met the requirement of
I
conducting a
wanna-
background check.
I want to be mindful, Commissioners, that when we talk about this type of lease, this would be where a third party is leasing. We don't dictate their HR rules, but we do know that they are required to have some type of background screening as it relates to employment for their company. But we just don't dictate the level of background checks that they actually have to conduct.
I'm missing the reason for requiring them. Ellen Harris? Your thoughts? I'm looking, we're mandating that our tenants are required to conduct background checks on their employees. We don't have any standard for what we're mandating those background checks come back as. It's just, what's the point of requiring it?
Well, I think we have to look at that on a case-by-case basis, because certainly everyone that comes to us to lease.
Everyone need to speak up.
Oh, of course. I think we need to look at it on a case-by-case basis, because certainly everyone that comes to rent our space, sometimes a background check.
Well, no, but that's under paragraph B, where we may choose to conduct a background check on our
Right.
tenant, but then we are requiring our tenants do background checks on each of their employees. It's that next step that I don't understand.
We have to examine that in its application. I think that, to state it across the board at this point, let's look at it as it impacts the actual lease request. And we'll consider. that,
Excuse me.
if we may.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Madam Chair and Commissioners. I think the intent of that language that's in the document is to conduct a criminal background check on the employees of the lessee.
Right, but there's nothing in there that says that if we are found that they have a violent background in that criminal check, that they shouldn't be engaged in our buildings.
Well, that would be a methodology that would be utilized to either approve or not approve those employees.
Question.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate your question and the need for more clarity. One of the things that we've done with the policies is that we have tried to separate the policies from procedurals. And so taking your concern into account, we can make sure that the procedure specifies some range or parameter around what would be acceptable or not prior to executing a lease.
Thank you. And then in that same category, why wouldn't we insist that any tenant, that we do a background check on the owners of the tenants, not just the employees? That's probably where I'm more concerned.
Commissioner-
Right. And part of it is the may or the must.
Right.
So it gives us some flexibility in determining what's most appropriate given the tenant that's
All right.
applied.
Okay,
Right.
Thank you.
We will take a look at that as well. Thank you.
Yes.
Question.
Yes.
I agree with
Commissioner
you, Matank. If it's good enough for the public housing residents, it should be good enough for everyone else. It's good enough for the contractors, it should be, or the agencies, it should be good enough for the residents. I think it should, because every time a resident's child turn 18, they have to do a background check. You got folks come to agencies over 18. I can give examples, and some folks been there a while, of agencies come in, and their employees was unscrupulous. They did some of everything. And we didn't find out till later on, or the residents found out. Then the authority had to let them go, or go to their superiors and let them go. So yes, it should be done.
Right, I agree.
Good enough for the
Letting
residents,
people
good
into our
enough for everyone
buildings,
else.
I want to be careful, and I want to know.
We
who's in our
renters too.
buildings. Yes. Commissioner Parker, did you have another comment?
Yeah, my comment or question was, is it any changes in the non-dwelling premises use when it relates to like residents doing their activities? You know how sometimes our residents want to do like repasses or family gatherings. Is that changed at all in this new?
No, so the actual activities hasn't changed. The restrictions have just been actually outlined in this policy. So there'll be a procedure that follows exactly how this will be executed. However, the actual procedure just outlines the restrictive uses and is not to restrict residents from maybe having a repass or maybe having the function at that location.
Okay, I understand that. So the last question is, how often do we run a check on the leasee? You know what I mean? Like, say, for instance, I got an annual lease. Do we wait till the lease is up before we start looking into some violations or some complaints that the leasee has had? You know what I mean? So is that just during lease up time, or do we periodically check to make sure that they're abiding by the lease tenants? 'Cause I know when you say tenants, you're talking about anybody that's just renting the space. That ain't residents. You're talking about any tenant of that space, right? That's what tenant means, right?
The tenant is related to the non-dwelling
Yeah,
policy?
that
Yes.
part.
So just anyone who's leasing the actual space itself.
And how often do we check to make sure that their lease is just intact?
So let me be honest with you, Commissioner, is that, again, as this policy was last updated in 2009, we have not addressed or have done background checks as related to that as it comes to the use of non-dwelling spaces at this time.
So we finna change that now.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Hearing no further questions, I want to move on to item number 4, the authorization to award contract to complete physical needs assessments at various CHA properties. The recommended awardees are Bureau Veritas Technical Assessment, BBG Assessments LLC, and HDR Architecture, Inc., for a total program funding authorization of $4.5 million. Is there a presentation, Eric?
Yes. Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioner. I have Ellen Sargent, our Deputy Chief of Building Operations, who will present this item.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
As stated, this recommendation is to award contracts to 3 vendors to perform physical needs assessments at buildings across all CHA portfolios to determine capital need priorities and to inform a 5-year capital plan. We intend on implementing this program by grouping priority buildings together and assigning task orders to the 3 vendors, who will then put that data into a standardized format and upload it into a capital planning software. The capital planning software will help to automate the comparison and analysis of priorities across all of our buildings, again, to inform a comprehensive, needs-based 5-year capital plan. The total program recommendation is $4 million over $4.5 million over 3 years. And we have the 3 awarded vendors present today to make remarks and to take questions. If we could start with HDR Architecture. If you'd stand and introduce yourself.
Would you come up to the podium, please? Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Grace Rapp. I'm an architect and a resident of the City of Chicago, and I'm the managing principal of HDR Architecture here in Chicago.
Good morning. Would you tell us a bit about your firm and what you plan on doing and why you're going to be the best inspector we've ever had?
Excellent. HDR Architecture is unique in that we're an employee-owned company. We're 12,000 employees. We have 10,000 engineers and 2,000 architects. The company was established in 1917 in the state of Nebraska. They started in civil engineering. The company was bringing resources to communities back then, such as pipes. The company has grown into architecture. We have 29 architecture offices. We serve the communities in which we live. 40% of the work that we do in my office is healthcare related. 20% of it is in the category of justice. The other percentages are in education and science. So we're very involved in projects that are serving humanity and not so much on the retail side of things.
How many architects are in your office in Chicago?
So currently we have 54 architects that report to me. We have seating for 80, and we have the rest of those seats are hoteling. So because people are somewhat transient nowadays, I have anywhere from 80 people in the office. We also have 120 engineers in the Rosemont office. And we'll have a combination of both architects and engineers working on this project. We also have a number of consultants on our team that are also Chicago-based and ones that we've worked on with for many years. Collins Engineering, Altus Works, RTM, as well as Haas Architecture. We are currently doing facility assessments for the Capital Development Board throughout the state of Illinois. This is a similar contract. We are also currently doing housing assessments specifically for the Marines and for the Navy. We have about 50,000 units that we're assessing right now for the Marines and a similar number for the Army. Leticia Soto Daniels in our office heads that up. She's a former lieutenant colonel, and she was in charge of Great Lakes Naval Air Station. This is her wheelhouse.
Terrific. And what part of the city do you live in?
I live in Ukrainian Village or
Got it.
East Village.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, I got one. I'm so glad to hear about the, because you talked a lot about, like, you said medical field and stuff like that. I didn't hear a mention of housing. But what I am familiar with is Haas Architecture, who dealt in housing, LEED certified. And so what as a, I guess they're a subcontractor, so what would those subs take on? Would they take on the housing aspect of the project? So I'm kind of confused with what you do opposed to what we are asking, what this item is asking for.
So Haas
In a
Architecture is going to be working with us directly with the residents. So the intent is that there's a lot of coordination, which making sure that residents are aware that the assessment is going to be happening. And so that coordination, we think, takes a lot of time and coordination, and they're going to be assisting us with that. I don't know if you want me to get into the way the assessments are done, but there's a kind of a simplistic kind of evaluation process. We do carry iPads, everything is assessed. There's really 3 different ways. Things are rated either green, they're in good shape, yellow, or red. Within each of those colors, there's 3 ranges so that we have further detail and can drill down so that the data that you're getting at the end really gives you a good way of being able to equitably assess the prioritization of the work that needs to be done.
What would be what you're assessing, really? Could you tell me a little bit about what your task is?
Yep, we're going to go out there. We're going to look at the roof. We're going to look at the building envelope. We're going to look at structural soundness of buildings. We'll probably look at the windows. So the general condition, but really what kind of work needs to be done. We are tasked with doing sewer televising. So we'll see if there's problems with the pipes.
Thank you so much.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Any other
Commissioners, there's 2 other vendors.
Yes.
They can introduce themselves and also take questions you might have.
Are there any other questions?
Yes. Commissioner.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to have the same question of all 3 vendors, well, if it's applicable. But I noticed that you mentioned your firm has been open since 1917,
Yes.
which is commendable, over 100 years. But I also noticed that you're based in Chicago. I started in Nebraska, based in Chicago.
Yep.
Being open 100 years and still having to subcontract to meet MBE, WBE in Chicago is a little puzzling to me. Do you have a strategy to continue to grow the firm to represent the diversity of Chicago?
Yes. Well, I can tell you right now, as of today, we have 48% of the staff in my office are women and 33.3% of the staff are minority, and I keep very close track of that, probably from my history of being at the Public Building Commission, as well as being at Chicago Public Schools. My children went through Chicago Public Schools, both graduates of University of Illinois and the University of Chicago. I'm very proud of the education they got at Chicago Public Schools. So yes, I live with inclusion, diversity, and equity every day.
I think she
I
nailed
appreciate
that.
the answer to that because that wasn't reflective in the description of your organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, just with regards to housing, we are also working, I forgot to mention, in Quincy, the VA hospital, it is regarded as housing. It's a $230 million project that we're doing with the Capital Development Board. It's a design build project. There are hundreds of units there for our VA residents.
So could I follow up? I'm sorry. What about internships or, Section 3 hiring, resident hiring? Because we want to, me, myself, want to see our residents get involved in architecture, engineering. You got any potential internships or opportunities in that regard?
We sure do. I hired 4 interns this summer from a variety of the schools, 2 from the School of the Art Institute, 1 from the University of Illinois, and 1 from North Carolina. We had a position open for a receptionist since November. I just filled that position about 3 weeks ago. She's a Latino woman, and we're proud to have her. And she is an employee owner of the company, just like anybody else.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Next.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
And next, we'll have Matthew Munter from Bureau Veritas.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Matt Munter from Bureau Veritas. I'm a licensed engineer. I work out of our headquarters office in Baltimore. We've had probably a 20-year relationship with Chicago Housing Authority. A lot of the questions you just asked of HDR, this is core business to us, physical needs assessments. We're working with the largest housing authorities in the country, New York City Housing Authority, Boston. We've worked with you through the RAD process, through 100% unit access assessment about 8 years ago when we worked with you. A lot of your questions are about MBE participation. So we've got HUS Architecture is going to do 10% on this contract. McKissick is going to do another 10%. We've worked with them for over 15 years. I think you all know them. Both those firms are currently working with us on a contract that we've got with Chicago schools, 687 schools that we're doing code inspections on a 2-year cycle. We're 4 years into an 8-year contract on that. You asked about Section 3 interns, I think. We've got a successful track record using Section 3 interns. We like to find somebody who's got some background in STEM, science, technology, math. We've had a successful arrangement here where we've hired those interns on this project and kept them on board long after the project ended. So we think that's the way that program's supposed to work. So I'll answer any questions that you've got.
Yeah, well, when you spoke of STEM, is that you taking students out of high school? Because when you say background, you're talking about college background, or are we going to allow kids that attended STEM high schools to come on board and kind of get their feet wet?
Yeah, it's really, we'll work with whatever your placement officers provide for us. You have a pretty good department that helps us connect with those residents. So yes, we're looking with anybody with a background, and we'll take them out in the field with us, teach them what we do. And like I say, that's worked out well for us.
You got one opening for that?
So we've got one listed in our package. HUS Architecture is a Section 3 business as well. So that meets some of the requirement there, but we're flexible.
Thank you. Chair Herlock, do you have your same question?
Same question, but I guess I would alter it a little bit. So I've noticed that your same vendor, HUS Architecture, is the same vendor from the previous from the previous vendor. So can you talk a little bit about your plan as an organization? How long has the organization been around?
Yeah, great question. So and I hope it's a contest because Bureau Veritas has been around for 200 years. So started off inspecting ships for seaworthiness 200 years ago. It's actually mentioned in some literature from that long ago. So long established company. My firm has been doing physical needs assessments for housing for about 25 years. Company used to be called EMG. I've been with the company 22 years. So we know housing, we know HUD requirements, we know the RAD program that you're working through, we know HUD's requirement for combined energy audit and physical needs assessment. So I feel like we very much know the ins and outs. Was that what you were looking for?
Not exactly. So my question is more so again, commendable, 200 years doing what you do. I'm specifically asking about how does your firm, being located in Chicago in a very diverse community, very diverse city, have a plan to diversify your staff so that it reflects the diversity of Chicago? And I'm going to be very open about why I asked this question. I've grown up here in Chicago. The built environment is the same work that I do. I think it's exceptional. But if you here in Chicago, then the firm should look like the diversity of Chicago. So I want to hear more than just how you're going to subcontract the work out to minority firms or women-based firms. I want to hear how your organization is going to diversify your field so that the work that you're doing and the folks and the little boys and girls that see you on site can dream to be what you are.
Yeah, it's a good question. So and I heard you ask about the subcontracting. It doesn't matter if what the makeup of our firm is. We've got the same subcontracting requirements as everybody. So that's always going to be part of the landscape of these contracts is that required to give small business those contracts. As far as the diversity inside Bureau Veritas, yeah, exactly what you said. We're trying to reflect the communities in which we do business. So Chicago, Baltimore, New York. We're working with HBCUs to try to get that opportunities out. Engineering is what we're usually hiring, architects, engineers, and trying to bring that diversity. It's not as diverse as the rest of many businesses. So we feel like we're doing better than the national average on that. So yeah, that's we're publishing those numbers openly. We've got diversity and inclusion in every office that we're working in, and trying to really get visibility, and not only to increasing that, but in our firm, one of the things we're looking at diversity and inclusion wise is making sure that we're making the experience for our existing diverse employees a positive one, and we're moving those folks up the ladder. So yeah, there's a lot of things that we're working on, both pipeline of bringing people in, but also making sure the experience for existing employees is what we want it to be.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me. And finally, we have BBG.
Hi, please the board, Peter Millar with BBG.
Good morning.
So we're the new kid on the block. We've only been around about 25 years. Nationwide firm, 48 offices. We have done quite a bit of work for New York City Housing Authority, Housing Authority of the City of Los Angeles. We're presently on 2 projects in Fairfield County in Connecticut, both Bridgeport Housing Authority and Stratford Housing Authority. Considerably smaller than yours, but again, serving the community in a similar fashion. We're excited about this opportunity, and I'm here for any questions.
Does anyone have questions?
Yes. I have a question for all three, as I reserve my rights. Y'all talk, you all talk about Section 3 hires. My definition of Section 3 hire is public housing residents. We don't want to watch everybody else laugh all the way to the bank. So public housing residents need some jobs. And I want to say welcome, but then I heard McKissick, they've been with us before, and so they should know the rules and know the game. So they need to hire some public housing residents. I want to say welcome and thank you, Alan, for bringing them before us. We ask that everybody's getting a contract come before us, so we'll know what we're looking at. When we're going down the street or sitting next to us in a bar. So thank you, and this should happen on the regular. That y'all come before us, good or bad.
Thank you,
But
Commissioner.
I want to say, you all talking about, nobody talking about you're going to look at this, look at that. What about the touch and feel? Everything you can't see, some things you have to touch and feel. You have to walk the ground to whether they level or not. Y'all didn't talk about the trees and the roots of the trees affecting our systems. Nobody talked about the foundation or the bases.
So a key component of what we do is we do interview with not only on-site property management personnel, but also a handful of tenants while we're on your properties. And we will look at everything. As we said, the roof, the structure, the foundations, the landscaping, the sidewalks, the steps, the parking areas, the perimeter fencing, you name it. We're assessing every single component of your asset.
Well, I assume that Eric will break it down to regions for you all. And I've traveled all the regions, so once all the assessments made, and I find something major or happen to see something, or rather, if a resident out there doing your work, or rather, what are you doing out here? And you tell them, they say, oh, let me show you this or that. Pay attention to it, because it's happening over here, that means it's happening over there. So check it out immediately. They live there, they know what you don't know.
Absolutely. They
Even
spend
the
quite a bit of
plumbing
time
and
on
all
the
that.
property. Yes.
So all I'm saying is, I won't find that you all don't find, but welcome. Good to get a breath of fresh air. Look at some of the vendors that applied, they have become complacent anyway.
Thank you,
So I'm
Commissioner.
glad to get some new folks.
Thank you.
I think I'm glad I have to wait and see.
Thank you, Commissioner
Thank you,
Washington.
Commissioner.
Commissioner Parker.
So again, y'all coming one at a time, so I'll ask one at a time. Do you got any opportunities available for, like I say, when you say Section 3, when I mention Section 3, that's for anybody in the room, it's residents. And so do you got any like openings or opportunities to hire residents?
Absolutely. Our preference is to hire residents. So, and we're willing to, we've allocated a certain amount of funding for that, whether it's one position or a number of positions to exceed that funding is in our desire.
So you said your desire, we finna award the contract, so is it how many set aside positions you got, or have you been beginning to reach out to get the folks on board prior to your start date?
We've not started to reach out. We have one full-time position, but are flexible to break that into multiple part-time positions and reach all the way down to high school students.
So my question to Ellen, so this is a 4.5 million. Do I assume everybody got 1.5 million?
No, you cannot assume that, Commissioner. This was based on a task-oriented,
Oh, this is not to exceed amount.
this is
so
a
they
not
can-
to exceed amount.
So
That is
some,
correct.
some of the one of the three could almost make all the money if they, according on with their assessing. I'm kind of confused with that in terms of.
So this would also be based on performance. So we're making sure that we're putting structure to this. So each one will receive a task. Everything won't be actually, the entire portfolio won't be given out in a single task order. So this will be multiple task orders over a 2-year period to get the entire portfolio assessed.
So all three do the same thing exactly? Or they're
Yes.
gonna break it up in different portions?
Different regions.
We hope
We're
they
gonna,
do.
we're gonna provide a standardized format so that they're all collecting the same information
Okay.
across the portfolios.
And then we would like to see some samples when you have. Thank you.
So good luck to all three.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
I'm
Chair
out there.
Herlock, do you have a
Yes.
question?
Same question, but then I would also ask Ellen and Eric, as far as performance, do we actually take a look at how folks are hiring, the diversity of their firms, all those types of things as part of the performance evaluation?
I would defer to- We will from now on then if we don't.
To answer that question, we'll defer to DPC.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
That was not a current practice, but it's a practice that we're putting into place to understand all of the vendors that we're doing business with. So once we do onboarding and then there's time for performance, there are some specific questions we will ask them about diversity and all of those things.
Wonderful. And before I have you answer the same question I just asked everyone else, the reason that we ask these questions and the reason specifically I ask these questions is because CHA specifically is working towards building up the self-sufficiency of our residents. And therefore, everyone who does work with us needs to help us build up the self-sufficiency of our residents. And so you can now answer the question, if you wouldn't mind,
Sure.
that I've asked about what is your firm's approach to diversifying and providing a diverse staff similar to how Chicago is very diverse.
Sure. Similar to what Matt had mentioned, both architecture and engineering are not typically pursuits done by either majority of women or minorities. So we're reaching down to the high school level as wherever we can, our 48 offices, soon to be 50 across the country, to do presentations on what it means to work in commercial real estate assessments and what the day-in life is like for an architect, to get them more excited about that. Specifically for your project, we're partnering with 2 groups here in Chicago, both Bravura Facilities Management and Gary Jennings Architects, so 2 local firms to supplement our team and to provide that coverage.
Thank you. Thank
Could
you
I-
for the answer to that. If I can just say one other little thing, I am definitely going to harp on this a lot. I have practiced architecture in my past, and I have been the only person of color at a 200-person firm. And so that's 20-something years ago, and so I want to make sure it doesn't look like that today.
Agreed.
And could I add to that? I worked with one of the biggest architect firms in Chicago for over 14 years, called Halliburton Root. And I wasn't an architect, I wasn't an engineer. And what they did do was trained us to pick a trade. If we want to go into that, they helped us go back to school. But I did permitting, I did shop drawings, I did a whole lot of stuff that I don't have to be an architect to do. So it's very creative things that can be done in an architect firm without being an architect, because I did that for 14 years. And then I developed my own company as doing permits and doing expediting. So don't just come and say, well, ain't too many minorities in this field, when we could create different opportunities in your field that goes with that. It took a lot of hours for me to sit at City Hall to get a permit. It took a lot of hours for me to go and talk to the alderman about getting, use of different little things. So it don't have to just be architecture. And then when I was there, I'm saying, oh, maybe I want to be an engineer. Oh, I'm too old. You know what I mean? So
Oh, yeah.
once I was exposed to that for 14 years, I determined the path I wanted to take, even though I came in at an old age. So you might get some young folks that might not dream or think they can be architects, 'cause that's not what they see. But when they watch you guys, then maybe they'll dream a little bigger or try to go into that field, because we got a lot of young Black and brown folks that like to draw, and they don't know that that talent can be attributed to maybe architecture. And so we just want you to give them that exposure. And I thank you guys for coming.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
Commissioner
We have a number
Parker.
of folks on our
One more.
team who do cost estimation work and research work for us who don't have backgrounds in architecture engineering. So we try to really open it up as much as we can.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Commissioner Parker, you're never too old.
And one more thing, just a statement. CHA have had architects that sucked. I won't even hire them to be a dog catch, okay? Architects ain't what they say they are. It's just a name.
Thank you, Commissioner
thank you.
We'll
Washington.
be watching everyone.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Up next is item number 5, authorization
Chair,
to. Oh,
I'm sorry. May I interrupt for 1 minute? So we are very excited to be with you in person. But we do have one of the aldermen is here and would like to speak because he has to leave.
Oh.
Could we possibly give Alderman Daniel Espada, which is the alderman of the First Ward, an opportunity to speak really briefly? Because he does need to leave before the public comment.
Alderman, thank you for joining us.
Oh, here you go.
Thank you so very much, Board. To those here in the public, this is a staticky mic. I don't claim any point of privilege. I come here truly in a desire to serve, particularly to serve many of the residents at Lathrop who are here today. And I will be brief. I will speak my history, my present, and what I hope for Lathrop in the future. My time with the Lathrop community long predates my time as an alderman. I think I was maybe 24 years old, back when I first got involved in community organizing, when I was welcomed in a really good agitational way into the lives of the Lathrop Homes community at a time when we had stopped leasing at Lathrop. Lathrop was becoming something of a ghost town in a way that was very anxious for our residents there. And they fought, and their allies fought with them. And there were folks who lost their lives during the course of that fight. And we live and we struggle. Idolized a community. And again, Board Member Washington, I think, you're right. An architect is not always an architect, but Lathrop Homes was built and designed by some of the best architects in the city. It's why it's a landmark for us now. I am able to go to Lathrop with members of my community and point out to them truly that the stability and the health of your community has nothing to do with the income that you make. It has nothing to do with the number of zeros, number of commas on your paycheck. It has to do with the quality of our residents, the way that they're committed to their communities, the way their management team and their development teams are committed to that community. And I would not be here today if I didn't feel like, for all of our strengths, Lathrop Homes feels like it's in a very fragile place. We were talking about physical assessment earlier, and my office, we're an ally with you on that physical assessment. We go through on a monthly basis and try to understand where those fragile points are. How can we support CHA in the securing of that space? There are properties there that, I will admit in this room, I have unfortunately been able to walk into, and thankfully the CHA follows up with board ups. The fencing is stronger than it has been in a long time, and that is to your credit and to your vendors' credit. But I know that the dilapidation that we are seeing on the south side of Lathrop is not going to end on its own. The threat that these buildings place themselves in need of demolition simply through neglect does not go away on its own. We can salvage a beautiful vision for Lathrop. We can extend the strengths and the beauties of the north side of Lathrop to its south side, but we need you for that work. If it is, as I have been told in the past, about making sure that our residents are getting these jobs, I work with some really great pre-apprenticeship programs who can step in, who can make sure that our residents are taking on all of the roles in rebuilding and rehabilitating their communities. If it's about funding outside of what the CHA can bring to bear, I will go to the mattresses for the CHA. Sincerely, we have a lot of really great folks with funding to bring. My ask to you is to support a really comprehensive Phase 1C for Lathrop to make sure that we can take advantage of the really great strengths architecturally, socially, culturally at this space, that we can also take advantage of $12 million in historic preservation tax credits, which we lose if we move too quickly on demolitions. I want to be a partner. Our residents are here because they want to be a partner with you. And now I find myself, and I will close, saying that for the wonder that has been to represent Lathrop for the last 3 years as alderperson, after 20 years, Lathrop is leaving the first ward. And I want to give a reassurance to my neighbors, to my constituents who are here, but also to you that just as Lathrop was a part of my life for the 14 years before I was an alderman for it, I am not going anywhere either. I will fight till the last unit is rehabbed, till you have the fullness of the community that you deserve. Thank you so much for having me today. I really look forward to continuing to do this work with you.
Thank you, Alderman.
Thank you.
Mayor. Thank you, Alderman. Up next is the authorization to extend the contract number 11974 with AGB Investigative Services, Inc., and contract number 11876 with Kate Detective and Security Agency, Inc., for security services at CHA Properties. Eric?
Thank you, Commissioner. We have our Deputy Chief, Edward Zick, is here to present this item today.
Morning. I don't think your microphone is on. You're on.
Thank you. Good morning. We are seeking to extend the current contracts of AGB and Kate's for a period of 2 months to help us transition into the new contracts that we are seeking in the next amendment. This would only be for that transition period, and it could be less. And as we get these contracts in place through our transition plan.
Thank you. Any questions from the floor?
Are you sure? We passed it the last time for a 2-month extension to August the 1st. So are you sure? Are you positive? Have you did your due diligence? Have you did your homework?
Yes, we were ready to go to the May board. We were anticipating to go. Something came up in the process of the proposals that we put package 6 out to rebid, and that we needed time to come to this board.
And they don't have to be relet at the same time. They can be relet whenever you're ready in each one, correct?
Correct.
That is correct. So just wanted to make sure that we understand that previously when we asked for an extension, we did not have a recommendation in front of you as well. Today, we're asking for an extension, but also we're going to be asking for a recommendation on the next item so that we can actually start conducting our transition.
Thank you.
So if I was giving you 80%, getting paid for 100%, now that I know my contract, my time is up, I'll now give you 40%. Does anybody monitoring the process, or are they still getting paid on the regular, or are they getting paid, AGB getting paid for services rendered now? Because, you know, some nights the building door, the guard is asleep, the door just propped open, people just walk through. People in building, we had a building where folks in the building, guards letting them come in at night, dealing drugs in apartments, CHA ain't doing nothing about it. You got folks getting out, going to the 14th floor, threatening to jump out the window, lobby windows. Late at night, I'm getting phone calls.
Commissioner
is anybody
Washington,
doing
is this
anything about
specifically about AGB?
It's AGB.
Thank you.
They got both doors, you got double doors, they got doors here propped open, doors there propped open. They behind the glass shield, on their phone sleep, legs propped up, don't care. So are we monitoring the process? We have residents, some buildings, somebody need to mind, I'm serious. Some buildings, people go on Dallas, come get them 4, 5, 6 in the morning. If no one is there, a resident come downstairs, have to come down and get a pop or anything, and they see nobody at the desk. Some of them call other folks, they'll sit downstairs all night, because they know doctors come to get people to take them to dialysis. So are we monitor the process? Are we still paying them?
So
And I should have brought all the residents here to complain from all the buildings. I
proceed,
get calls 3 and 4 and 5 in the morning.
procedurally, I understand your question. We have one vendor that we are continuing to work with in the future, according to our next resolution. Is it possible to move the selection process very quickly with AGB? No, we're not, we're not. In the next item, we're listing the vendors that we will hope to go with and the board will approve. The question here is about the speed of contracting this one out.
So again, as Commissioner, as we know that we can only go as fast as one is the board allows approval. And so currently, right now, we have no approval to do any transition. So we're hoping that we get approval on this next item so we can conduct and start our transition.
So
Our
yeah.
procurement and legal team has gave us resources, dedicated resources to streamline our process for getting contracts completed, assigned, and start that transition process.
All right, I look forward to moving on to the next item so that we can
But
perhaps authorize you to do that as quickly as possible.
could I ask a quick question, though? And it's not like to stand up for nobody, but the question is that sometime too, in the future, I would like if we would kind of like let the residents be informed in terms of what the real roles of the security firms is. A lot of times we want the security to be the police, and that's not who they are. So I want, a lot of times, just because we see somebody in uniform, that don't mean they are. But I'm not being funny to the residents, and I'm not taking up for nobody because I don't got nothing in the game, neither one. But I think we should start having meetings and letting the residents know what we need them to hold our vendors accountable for, or if we need them to do that. Because a lot of times we would place people in roles and then we just leave them out there and then everybody think like we had Alderman saying, somebody got shot. Okay, security ain't there to stop that, really. So I just want that to be clear so that we won't try to make our security, people think our security is the police because that's not what they is. And so we could move to the next item, but I just wanted to throw that out there because I don't think it's fair sometimes to some of our vendors that they're being blamed for stuff that's not their responsibility, or they're not doing what is their responsibility.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
I have a
Commissioner.
question too. I would just like to say in March of 2022, the board did approve approximately, $10 million to cover the cost of the transition coverage of the FIC through August. Am I correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, so why do we need to extend the contracts again for another 3.5 million? With that, I'd like to see, can we have line items showing what the 3.5 million, how it's going to be allocated?
That is,
In some way.
yes, Commissioner. We do have, again, currently right now, we have both two companies that are managing the entire portfolio. Currently right now, in order to make sure that we continue to have some services for our families at those particular properties while we do a transition is really identified on a couple of different properties. If you look at currently what AGB line item covers, it covers majority of all of your family properties. All of our family properties and most of our scattered sites, that's what they're covered. So that's where those line items will be identified in each of those particular property budgets for that amount. So we do have our teams go out doing quality control audits to ensure that one is that we have guards that are supposed to be where they're supposed to be, and we do have where we've identified that there are some issues. Hence, we look at performance as it relates to any moving forwards, any new contracts. So we have done our due diligence on the new solicitation. We have done due diligence on the new recommendation of awards for the new vendors, and we have revamped and restructured our security methodology as it relates to how we plan to move forward with security services for our families.
I would just like to see the line-by-line items listed. Okay.
So noted. Yes, ma'am.
Additional $3.5 million.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Chair, may I just make a comment? Again, we're very excited to be back in person in this venue, but I would ask that we refrain from shouting out things. We do have a place for public comment. We do want to hear your public comment, but we don't want the meeting to become disruptive. So if you would refrain from shouting out things and wait for the public comment period, we do want to hear from you. Please know that we do. This is not at all a point of shushing you whatsoever, but just so that the meeting doesn't become disruptive. Thank you.
Thank you. May I move on to item number 6? It is the authorization to enter into professional security service agreements to provide security services at various CHA properties. Recommended awardees are Cates Detective and Security, Benford Protection Group, Page Security, and Securitas Security in the aggregate amount of $162,899,538. I love that 8. Eric, would you please lead us through this?
Yes, Commissioner. EJ is going to lead us into this exercise.
Thank you again. CHA would like to award 7 defined packages to 4 vendors for a 2-year base with 3 1-year options for a total of 5 years. The base cost for all packages is $63,763,659, and the 5-year aggregate not to exceed $162,899,538. We are looking to award packages 1, 2, and 3 to Cates, package 4 to Benford, package 5 to Benford, package 6 to Page, and package 7 to Securitas. This newly redesigned strategy allows Chicago Housing Authority to be more flexible and adaptable to safety and security needs of our communities. It places more accountability on our vendors and puts us in the best position to prevent, reduce, or interrupt crime in our communities.
Any questions or comments from the board?
I got 1, 2, 3. Is those vendors here?
Their vendors are here.
They are not?
They are here, yes,
Could they come to the mic so we can see who they is, who responsible for securing our properties?
Yes.
So, but my question is, and I guess whichever one could take it. Eric, you say 12 vendors were deemed responsible. How many vendors actually applied? Because this list don't, I guess did we only get 12 or was it more?
It was 12
So all 12 was responsive?
to the original event, 3158.
Because I'm looking at event number 6 and 7, where those vendors, it don't show who responded. It showed the awardee, but I can't tell if it, those packages, 6 and 7, I can't tell who was the, who they were in competition with. I just see an awardee on 6 and 7. I see 6, but I don't see 7, because I know 7 was our commercial properties, right?
Yes, so,
Huh? I'm sorry.
yes.
It was part of the original 12.
Oh, package 7. So if they not, so I see vendors here that's not here that bid it. So does that mean they wasn't responsible? Because I'm kind of confused.
No, that means they were not recommended for awardee after the evaluation committee completed the
Right,
evaluation
so that
process.
means that more than 12 applied, maybe 15 applied, and then some of them didn't make it?
No, so
No,
12
12
applied.
Oh, okay.
And 7 were,
4.
Four
or
was
4 of them were
awarded.
deemed awarded.
Okay, so now we here, and we are, the reason I'm asking them to stand up, because I know Page for sure been around for, not Page, Kate's been around for a while, and they were part of the 2 vendors that oversaw our portfolio for years, based on management's report that they were real responsive, and they always came through when we needed them to come through in terms of if it's an issue, they're gonna address it. And so I commend them for that, but my thing is these vendors ready to, because we losing a big vendor here. One that normally sits in our portfolio is out. And so I want to know, because we did the same thing with management, is they ready to step up and take on this big responsibility, because it's a new role at CHA, and is they really, got the hiring stuff in place to replace what we had. They ain't, people saying they wasn't the best, but they still had bodies on the ground. So I just want to make sure that you guys got the same amount of staff, or could you give us a little bit about your staffing plan and how you plan on really continuing to secure our residents?
Eric,
So-
And subcontract, so.
Eric, how will we
So-
organize that?
Yeah, so we're gonna actually, we're gonna bring the vendors up, but I just want to give you, Commissioners, kind of the answer that is that we kind of restructured the way this contract actually looks. Just like we were kind of restructured the way our property management services, there's metrics, there's performance measures, and everything that's related to the contract so that we can ensure that we're getting the best services for our families. We've done an assessment that went out that we've numbered it before, where we actually had consultants go out to the field to speak with our residents to kind of outline exactly the type of security services that we need. As we know, that security is not a response to all or just an end of all, and say that it's going to be. When we talk about security, it's more of a community base with all families, where we have tenants and management companies and security and police, in order to make sure that we're combating and addressing issues that are on our properties. But we have a list of vendors who, during a presentation, kind of responded to that and gave us their community engagement programs and identified those things that we can actually streamline and increase our security presence at properties, as well as the type level of services that we're providing to the property and the quality of service, not just the level, but we're talking about the quality of service that we're providing to the property.
So they
So-
be meeting with residents on occasion?
Yes, we met with our EJ and his team went out and met with residents, LEC presidents across the entire portfolio, speaking with residents. As we are doing a security assessment, we completed a full security assessment on all of our properties as related to this RFP solicitation that we put together to go out. So we want to make sure that we got this right. So those are some of the things, but I'm gonna have Bill Cates first from Cates Construction, from Cates Security, come up and talk and give just an overview of his company.
So before Mr. Cates comes up, I want to say hello and let everyone know that Mr. Cates is a tenant of mine in Chicago Heights. He has an office down there in one of my shopping centers. So I will not be voting on this specific, but welcome. Why not? Why not? Well, you know how I would vote.
We haven't approved the
Well, thank
contract
you.
yet, so chill.
Come on up, Mr. Cates.
Question,
Mr. Cates?
Eric,
Yes.
when they come up, since I was asked the question, area 1, 2, and 3, some of the commissioners don't know the areas, so you can't define the areas, so we'll know what they're taking over.
Yes, we will. And just to let you know, commissioners, that when you look at these packages and these areas, these packages are actually structured by actually police districts. So Area 1, Package 1 will be the same as reflect, and EJ will give you kind of the details of how that looks, and so on all of our packages. EJ.
Thanks again. So when we redesigned this, we did it for resource management as well. So there will be a point of contact with the security companies and local law enforcement and fusion teams such as Chicago Fire, FBI, ATF, things like that, everything that we need in that area. So when everyone in the room talks about regions in Chicago Housing Authority, security will be now talking areas and districts that go with the Chicago Police. Mr. Cates will be getting will be awarded Area 1, which covers District 2, 3, 7, 8, and 9.
Excuse me.
Or
We talking
development?
about property.
Yeah,
What
he's
property?
gonna list that out.
Right. And for the sake of it, there's a lot of properties in each one, so I'll just touch on some of the more
Bigger
We know,
ones.
we know our police, some of them know, we want the properties.
Okay. Area 1 will be Armour Square, Mary Jane Richardson, Modell Brown, Ada McKinley, Lincoln Perry, Long Life, Minnie Ripperton, Vivian Carter, Dr. Harris, Judge Slater, Robert Lawrence, 7120 South Merrill, Bridgeport, Lake Park, Washington Park, Wentworth Gardens, Judge Green, and Vivian Gordon Harsh.
So it's reversed, CHA, Area 1 will be the north side, so you just reversed them. Region 1 for CHA is the north side,
That is,
so it's reversed.
so this is not aligned with CHA regions. This is only aligned with the police districts and police areas.
So it's reversed. I
It's
was Area 4, now Area 1 for the security, is Area 4 for.
Right. I just want to make sure we're not our regions don't change. So the regions that our property sit in don't change. Only the areas that the business packages are arranged by changes to align with the police areas.
That's why we need it to
Thank
know.
you. Mr. Cates,
First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity and all the commissioners. It's a challenge, but we're here to meet the challenge. I think that I've been providing security services for CHA for 20 years now, and there's nothing more important to me than the residents and safety of the CHA residents. That's foremost and number one to me. That's why I've been here a long time. A lot of struggles and a lot of trials, but our case is up to the challenge. Our president, Lashem Cates Graham, is the president of the corporation and company. I have another daughter that's executive vice president that wasn't allowed to come because I can only bring 2 people with me. But we are a company that's committed to the city of Chicago and the residents of Chicago. We're not trying to be a worldwide company. My commitment is here to residents of the city of Chicago and Chicago Housing Authority. We are a Section 3 business, and we hire residents from CHA, the ones that qualify. That will not change. I'm committed to have the best officers I can have providing services to all the CHA locations that we have, and that is my commitment. If a phone call comes in, if a problem comes in, that problem will be addressed immediately. If we have a security officer that's not doing his job, it will be addressed immediately. There will not be any hesitations. My president knows how I am and how I want things done. And I sincerely mean every word that I say to you. I'm going to let her come now and give her thoughts. Okay.
We want to hear from your daughter.
Good, I don't even know. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. My name is Lashem Graham, Kate's maiden name. My background is paralegal education, bachelor's degree, master's degree in public administration, worked at Cook County Department of Correction as a social worker at the jail for 14 years, and came on board full-time with Kate's 2008, left the county jail in 2014 and assumed the roles, many roles. Started as a clerk, learned the business. Now I'm a licensed security contractor, licensed private detective as well. Our office is located at 7810 South Claremont and 7815 South of Western. And we recently, in the middle of the pandemic, opened up an office in Chicago Heights. We're a Chicago-based business, minority business, and we're committed. We have had some challenges, so we will not throw stones at any other organization because we have had some challenges as well. But we're growing and we're looking at new ways to improve our services as well. We have a full-service security training academy now, and we have a recovery support services program where we bring people in that are coming from incarceration, coming from addiction, and we are teaching them flagger courses, construction courses, as well as security. We are promoting up, and we are actively working with a consulting group now to start our hiring for this project because we know that there are some challenges with the previous vendor, and so we're now looking to bring all of those officers on and place them back in areas where they were not performing. So we're looking for different ways to bring on the challenges and fulfill the needs of CHA. So we've already started ramping up, and we're ready. And we're a little different in our organization. Our officers have my phone number, Mr. K's phone number. We'll get up, we'll go out and see what's going on. So we're a little bit more in touch and in tune with what's going on in our organization. But like I said, we're growing. And we're learning, and we have learned. CHA has beat us up before, and the residents have beat us up before, and but we're still here, and we're committed to Chicago Housing Authority.
Thank you. Any
Thank you.
questions?
I have a question. So this is roughly a $40 million contract for you,
It
from
is.
what I can tell from the board letter, which is roughly 60% of the overall spend on security. Can you just tell me what's the total revenue for your company? So this will be over 3 years. So just trying to get a sense of what is $40 million half of your book of business?
We're somewhere around between 28 million, something like that.
On an annual basis? Okay, thank you.
So could I clarify? This is actually 100 million for Kate's. They got 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, okay.
And so,
Not over 2 years.
my question is, I like the point that the president made is that, and not to, again, I don't want to spite anybody or make them feel like I'm spiting them, but you had a good point when you said that the company that was deemed not performing well based on the residence assessment, they had people on board that may want to get rehired. So I just hope that you give them people a fair shot and really do their background and stuff like that, because I don't know how you cipher, because when your security ain't doing right, we not blaming the workers, we blaming you.
Right.
And so I feel like the work that they was doing was based on who they was working for, not particularly them. I'm not saying they was good or bad, but we gonna blame you for what they do wrong, you know what I mean?
Right.
So we just, I heard you guys do subcontracting, is that the case, or do you do all of your own work?
We do all of our own work.
Okay.
We are a licensed minority business as
Mhm.
well as a Section 3 business concern as well.
Mm.
And so we have the resources within our own training academy, but we also work with OKDG over in Section 3.
Okay.
So we, in this current bid, in the current contract that we're currently in, over the 5-year period, we probably brought on maybe 70 or 80 Section 3 residents onto our portfolio. We had people working within our office as well, not just security. We had people working in our payroll department. We had people working in our dispatch department too. So we had positions not just in security, but all throughout our organization, whether it be part-time, full-time, we just kept positions going. And as early as maybe 6 months ago, we actually opened up another position because we were trying to fulfill our needs of Section 3. So we had someone come in, and Mr. K said, well, what am I paying this guy for? He's not a security officer. I said, well, he's like our Guy Friday. He's working, and he's still there. He's wonderful, as a matter of fact. But he came in as admin through Section 3, and it just worked out.
So I just wanted to commend you guys for seeing people look like myself to have the family succession. He said, my daughter and my other daughter. Oh, I know you could, so you still there leading them on, and then they getting their own backgrounds and training. So I'm proud to see somebody look like me take on a multi-million-dollar company and the multi-million-dollar task. And I just wish you all the best in what you do.
Thank you.
And
Thank
thanks for
you
the
so
service you
much.
provide.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? May we move on to Benford?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andre Benford. I'm the owner of Benford Protection Group. A little bit about my background. It's kind of a surreal moment for me. Out of high school, went to military, college, came home. My first job was CHA Security. Unbeknownst to me, that was a platform of training for the next 30 years. After that, I went to policing, Chicago Police, just completed 27 years of policing, retired in March. 2015, started thinking, I think I want to do security. Actually came up with a backup plan for retirement. I can safely say Mr. Cates was actually one of my mentors along this process. Worked for a lot of different security firms, understood the need of what security actually meant and what the job was called for. Along that route, I started bringing on employees that shared my dream and vision about security and formed a company. So since 2015, we've grown to over 150 employees. We have 3 locations, 115 North Damon, 2059 East 95th Street, and our new office, which will be located 12345 South Halsted. All of these areas are in disadvantaged areas where our tax dollars are brought back into the community. We hire within the community. A lot of our employees are Section 3 employees, and we're continuing that moving forward. Also brought on one of my directors here, Mr. Willie Odom, who brings a lot of experience to the industry as well. Actually, our whole team does. All of our teams have had some footprint within the CHA space. So although we are new to this area, the experience that we bring are years and years, decades of experience. Any questions?
Yes, please.
I got a comment, and so I didn't say it to Case, but I'm just want the record to reflect that although I'm seeing a lot of minority contractors, don't keep in mind the diversity of our organization, of our tenants. They're not just one size fit all.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure that you willing to hire different cultures in terms of what that building needs. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I don't need somebody that don't speak Spanish or don't speak Vietnamese or whatever building they serving to sit at the front desk, and then you got somebody trying to articulate what their needs is, and you can't do that. So could y'all keep in mind about the diversity? And that was really all. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I know you knew, but you ain't new
Yes.
based on what your testimony
Pretty
is.
much. That was
So I
the
wish you
route.
all the best of luck. Again, they talked about the challenges you're gonna know, so you might have to call up your mentor. Like they getting crazy over here. You know, he might can give you some advice.
Yes.
But I thank you guys for willing to serve our residents, taking risks, you know, and then
Absolutely.
just stay in tune with the residents because they are the ones that you see them. They gonna make the loudest noise, and
They will.
They need to.
some of our thinking, especially me as a resident myself, comes from what I'm hearing from them, what we hear from them. And so that's how we kind of make our decisions based on the people you serve. So I thank you guys.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Yes,
So
please.
I just wanted to make sure that we, in the line of just making sure I continue to answer Commissioner Washington's question, EJ's going to give you an overview of what Area 4 is that
Thank
Benford
you.
is being recommended for today.
Benford does have Area 4 and Area 5. Area 4 is District 10, 11, and 15. That is Alfred Barnett Duster, Albany Terrace, Irene McCoy Gaines, Elizabeth Davis, Lorraine Hansberry, Fannie Emanuel, and Lawndale Garden. Area 5 is Districts 14, 16, 17, and 25, and those are both Wicker Park properties.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Thank you, sir.
And before I go, I want to let one of my managers step up and introduce himself.
How you doing? Willie Odom.
Hi, Willie.
Been in this space last 6 years of my life. Been working with CHA. I've touched some communities, not all. Took the last year off to better myself. Went out, took the exam, got my private security contractor as well. Iron sharpens iron. It's not a new space for me. I'm a boots on the ground type guy. If I ever served any of your communities, you have seen me out, you will see me out. I am not one that sits behind a desk to make decisions. I'm more so involved with the community. So you will see me. You will see a lot of me. We are here. We are ready for the challenge. Everything changes day to day. No incident is the same, and we understand that. We also understand that some individuals need to be, if you will, led in the right direction. That's where we lean on our partners. We're not here to cause problems for our residents. We're here to provide safety and security.
Thank you. Up next.
This would be Package 6, Page Security. Mr. Henry Page.
Good morning, Mr. Page.
Clear my throat up just a little bit here. Good morning, thanks for having me, giving me this opportunity to come in here. Just to give you a little something about me, I've been in business for like 22 years. It's paid security and investigations. Background myself, this is a MBE, and we're a Section 3 in a disabled veteran company. To tell you about me, I'm an ex-war veteran. So starting in security, during the Gulf time, I was in charge of securing the prisoners as we took them in the Gulf. Back from there, I served at Cook County Sheriff Department. I'm a retired commander there. So with that being done, over the years, of the 22 years, I present now, Secure 911 Center in Chicago. Now, I have served with CHA properties before. So I have other properties. So, and now I covered most of the current places.
Thank you for your
Mhm.
service.
Any questions, comments?
You said you familiar with CHA, you worked with CHA before, could you?
Yes,
On what?
yes, ma'am.
On what? What you do?
Security.
I'm saying like
Which
certain
properties?
properties, you did senior housing, what was?
It was senior houses, the only thing I worked.
So that's what you got, is that what he got right now, senior housing?
I don't have anything, I don't have anything with CHA right now.
No, I'm talking about. I guess
Eric,
you
what
got
is in?
with
support?
So we will give you an overview of this package. Package 6 is a special package. Our new concept on package 6. Go ahead, EJ.
So package 6 was developed with the scattered site programs in the regions. That's the last time you're going to hear me speak about regions. When we looked at what we had out doing our scattered sites out there patrolling and things like that, we thought it would be good if those resources can also provide support to hotspot areas. And hotspots are defined as those daily areas that crime pops up, which is usually mobile. It might be one area today, one area tomorrow. The current contract does not allow us to be flexible or adaptable to following that and doing what needs to be done there. So we put package 6 together. It's our scattered site community engagement program. This package will continue to provide the necessary security at our scattered sites. However, it is designed to support our family and senior sites as well by having flexible resources that can be made available in real time to handle any issues that arise that assigned staff do not have the resources for. It allows adaptability and flexibility in our engagement of prevention, reduction, and interruption of crimes in our communities. It allows the corporate team to be more strategic in our deployments. So we can now take real data that is provided to us through CPIC and OEMC. We can call our Emergency Services Operations Center and have that officer that's assigned there deploy page resources to any of those areas. This should be
Anywhere throughout the city?
I'm sorry.
Anywhere throughout our portfolio?
Correct.
So what would be their point of contact, or where would they be headquartered in terms of on the property? I mean, they waiting on property manager to call them, tell them they got a problem?
That is no. So we also, what we've done in this package, we've actually identified, we have an area at the FIC. We expanded our emergency, our ESOC. So we'll have a station, there'll be a station officer there that will be dispatching as we talk about looking at cameras, making sure we kind of doing all outside of their normal day-to-day patrol that they'll be doing on the properties. Also, in part of this engagement, as we normally have when we have our special initiatives. If you look at the White Sox game, when we have to secure our parking lots, normally we'd have to add additional officers to this. And right now in this package, we actually, instead of pulling officers offside of the Wentworth Gardens and going and secure a parking lot, now we're adding that, but only doing those Sox games. So we're adding additional security to that area as a part of this package. But it also allows us to be flexible in moving our officers across, again, as EJ indicated, across the CHA properties across the city of Chicago. This would also this package also, as we talk about, you may hear that a lot of officers don't leave. When we have officers stationed in our senior buildings, they're stationed at that desk. And in this package, we have officers that will be actually walking inside of the buildings where we'll have a senior designated folks that will be specialized working with seniors, walking into the senior buildings, walking those floors, and not sitting at the desk. This is outside of a guard sitting at a desk.
So Paige may interact with other security firms.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I was reserving my question for all of them at the end. I still don't talk to them at the end, but they will just do scatter sites only, from O'Hare to 130th State to the borderline of Indiana, all the way up to Harlem. Just scatter sites, both sides of town.
That is scatter sites is all across from Riverdale. I mean,
Yes.
if we look at from Riverdale to O'Hare,
State to state.
Yes. So as we look at how we actually, again, we look at our actual data that will support where we actually have our officers patrol. This also takes into consideration as you look at that there's on Dearborn property, there's a security desk in the security room, and they'll be responsible for securing that security room. So it will not be the Dearborn officer. So we're not taking away from the officer. So you'll have two different security companies. One who's monitoring that security room and looking at the doors and the entries and making sure that all those things our residents and visitors are in line with in compliance with exactly how they're supposed to be entering to those doors and making sure those doors are locked, as we know that's been some challenges. So we're not pulling away from that, the guards that actually are stationed there, but these are additional resources that we're putting out. So it is not just scattered sites, it's a mobile patrol team that we actually are moving across all of CHA properties.
Yes, Commissioner Parker.
So I know I'm not the committee chair, but so I just want to make sure that the interaction between the two firms will be like cordial and they train on, you know how people like, you on my turf, you know what I mean? I don't want them to get territorial, so hopefully you'll do some type of cross training to let them know they may step in on your, we paying you, but they may have to come in, because they might come in gun go like, we the real security, we don't got time for all that.
I mean, that's
the security beefing on the side.
That's excellent, but one of the things is that we got to realize is that we are security, we are CHA, we are security family. And so everyone has, and we're going to have routine and regular meetings to make sure that everybody understands that we're all in this together. As I mentioned before, that one security company does not solve a problem.
That's true.
So we have to make sure that we're working together with each and every one of them to make sure that everybody understands it's not about turf. It's about making sure that we're providing the best services for our CHA families.
And I thank you for having that vision, because this is be new.
This is new.
Right.
So we want to make sure that, again, we're trying to outline it, doing things the same way as the definition of insanity. So we want to make sure we did something different in this to bring, and that's why it took us so long to come with this package.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One more question.
And, yes.
You mentioned Lawndale, we have Bridgeport, Lawndale, we have Lawndale, so which Lawndale, or both Lawndales?
So when when EJ talks about Lawndale, he talks about the development Lawndale, not the scattered site Lawndale.
26 in California or
26 in California, which is
Bridgeport, Lawndale?
No, so Bridgeport and Lawndale are maybe one development as you look at it, but they may be in two different police districts. So Lawndale Gardens is 25th in California. Bridgeport Homes is 39th and Green area. 32nd and Green.
Right, but, okay, Lawndale Gardens and Lawndale, thanks. Next time I say Lawndale Gardens, one of it is Lawndale, which is on Kersey, other is Lawndale, two different areas.
Two different areas.
Okay.
So one is Scattered Sites, which is the community engagement team, and the other one which is in a package.
Okay.
Thank you. And last but not least, Securitas. Thank you, sir.
Package 7, which is our commercial properties that we are seeking to award Securitas.
So it's still morning, right?
Mhm.
Checking. Good
morning.
morning. My name's Sean Keating. I'm the Vice President for the Chicago area for Securitas. A little bit by myself, I've been with Securitas for the last 16 years. Been in the security industry for over 20 years. And although I work for a $13 billion global organization, the way that I operate, because I come from a family of entrepreneurs and startups, small startups, I operate my business here in Chicago, very boutique style. And I've been blessed by the organization to run a different kind of model, completely separate from our organization actually globally, just based on, success rates and what we want to do and what I want to accomplish. Chicago's a different beast, right? So when you work in an organization like Securitas and done some of the things that I've done with my career, I've had an opportunity to kind of see different cities, different small areas, very remote. And one of the things that I took away and I've really learned about not only being a resident in the Chicagoland area, but working here is it's all about relationships. And I've you know, prior to the pandemic, we were an $85 million operation in Chicago. Since the pandemic, we're about a $60 million operation right now. And so I'm in a unique position, right? I know that we can run accounts this big. We've done it successfully. We lost about $30 million during COVID. Some very large accounts we ran very successfully. But now I'm in a position where I get to kind of pick and choose what I want to do. At the time that this RFP came out, I had 5 different RFPs about the same value on my desk. And the reason I decided to focus 110% on this is because it's the people aspect. It's an opportunity for me and my team to get involved and do something that is more meaningful and help a greater cause than just you know, building Class A work that's easy peasy and stuff like that. Bread and butter kind of security work, in my opinion. This is an opportunity where we really get to show our skill sets and we really get to partner with the community. We have great relationships with the CPD. We have great relationships with the OEMC. And I think that we can really leverage and bridge all of that to really kind of help what you guys need out of your security program. A couple other things I just wanted to touch on. You guys mentioned, I heard a little buzzing about sleeping officers and stuff like that, and how do you manage that, right? That's going to happen, right? But the way that you manage that, that's a little bit different with Securitas and other firms, is that you're backed by Securitas. And what that means is that it's not just me, it's not just my president, it's the CEO that's very heavily involved in this bid. And we're going to dump every resource into this to make sure that we have the right support out there to make sure that those incidents aren't happening. And if they are, that we can quickly execute and figure that out. We've dumped over $1 million in support outside of this, dedicated specifically to managing the CHA. We have offices being leased out. We're going to have a complete operations center. I have a security operations center that's being tied in right now with the EEOC to be able to have quicker communication and more support for you and your residents and your issues that you guys are having. So it's a little bit about me and what we've been doing, and I really appreciate the opportunity to stand here today to talk to not only the CHA business side, but also the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have the territory he's covering?
He will have all of our commercial sites at this point.
Which include this building.
This building, Mandrake Fieldhouse, Overton, Hope,
Thank you.
and then whatever comes on.
May I ask Madam Chair's question? Why does Securitas need to have a sub to meet the requirements as opposed to hiring reflective of our city?
Well, because so for a couple of reasons, the RFP required that we had a sub. So we work with SLG, who's a very, very close partner on ours, and we get to leverage each other's operational skill set. We've worked with them very, very closely. Dave McGrew and Dan Devitt, very, very close with me. And so where we see our success together is helping leverage from an operational standpoint and bouncing ideas off of each other. I never want to just be or act like I'm the smartest person in the room. I want to surround myself by talent in all the different support mechanisms that I have. And this group of individuals and their team is by far one of the best subs I've ever worked with. And I think having them and having their expertise and having their connection to the Chicago Police Department, Dave being a Chicago police officer, Dan being retired, really leverages us in a lot better position.
Thank you. May I have, oh, yes, Commissioner Parker.
So welcome aboard. I believe it's your first contract with CHA.
No, we actually had a contract before I started managing the Chicago office. It went away in 2016. But
Okay.
at that time, we had about $7 million with CHA.
Oh, so again, welcome. And I wanted to ask about seeing how you guys are a global company. You guys are union shop, right?
Correct. Yep.
Oh, so what you guys provide for your employees, if I may ask? Like, what is it? It's a benefit package?
Yeah. So with union, it all defaults to the union. So they have all the benefits, the paid holidays, the pension plans, all the paid PTO time off, bereavement, birthday plans, and stuff like that.
Mm.
So it's all within the union.
Is it a particular local here or no?
So there's SEIU Local 1.
Okay, I was just wondering.
There's several. There's Downtown Agreement, there's BOMA, and now there's one been carved out specifically for CHA.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to know.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, friend. Commissioner Washington.
Okay. This is for all the firms. Training, will your folks, even though you got a training center, Kate's, will they have customer service skills? Will they know how to talk to people?
Oh, yeah.
Will they know their job inside out?
Yes.
This to all of you all.
Sure. And I
'Cause
can,
a lot of people, you're not answering my question, these things you need to know. You need to have training, customer skills, and you need to have adequate. And I know you all gonna hire CHA residents, but you let them know, friendship ends when business begins. They can work in the building. It might be a mother, father, sister, brother, old man, old lady, or best friend. If you work in the area where they live at, everybody get treated the same equally. You can't let me come in, not check my ID, then check everybody else's ID behind me. Cause my boyfriend, old man, old lady, whoever, you can't just tell them, oh, they'll regulate them through. It don't work like that. They got to stick to the program, stick to the subject. They got to stick to the rules. Everybody treated equal. If not, they gonna have problems. First time they give somebody privilege and somebody see it, and they gonna try the same thing, then we got an issue with the residents and security. And police is being caught. Well, he let so-and-so, why he can't let me come through? He let her girlfriend, boyfriend come through, then check them because they regulars. Why not mine?
sure.
They can't be letting pit bulls come in the building like they do now. It's just they need to be properly trained, know what the rules are, what they are not, what they need to do. And we have a bunch of decimonders here. I hope that some of y'all take some of them. A lot of them is really good. Maybe one or two need to go. But I hope y'all fit them into y'all contracts. Also, you get what you pay for. I hope y'all pay them decent. I say this, I don't make no money, forget this. I don't care, let it go. Y'all can't laugh. As administrators, as corporate, y'all can't laugh all the way to the bank. You got to pay them a decent wage so they don't mind doing their job. They can't be, I know you got kids and family, they can't be on you. Somebody stand on window way to get buzzed in, they on their phone texting. But they got their back turned, shooting the breeze with each other.
Right. Yeah.
Or
so-
they can't have women bringing them food. They can't be, somebody can't hold them hostage. You supposed to be a security guard. The same person been at this window for the last 30 minutes holding you hostage. For what? Tell them to stick and move. I need to move. Won't talk to me later.
What is the average wage for one of your officers?
I'm sorry, who has the question?
What is the average wage of one of your officers?
1745.
All the
then
firms,
benefits
if
on top
y'all ain't going in there, how you
average
need to
wage
listen to
there.
that.
So,
But the word gets out.
so I just wanted to make sure we kind of clarify something, and especially as we talk about this new contract and how we're doing it. So EJ is going to go over part of our, as we talk about bringing on a transition period as it relates to customer service and everything.
So when we designed this RFP, we made sure we put in place requirements for training. We came up with those from interviews with residents, with the CAC security company. Some of our folks, anybody who was willing to talk, we listened to what we needed. Customer service was the number one thing. We have put in place a transition plan that will include that. Before any of these vendors go to any one of our communities, they will be orientated by myself and my team here with our expectations of not only ethics, but CHA, customer service. In all honesty, we're trying to revolutionize community policing at our sites, do it a different way. It hasn't worked to this point, so we're going to try some new things that are in this to make the folks that are coming onto our sites to work for you, that they understand what we need at those sites. So there will be a exhaustive training process throughout this transition that I know for a fact they got what everybody spoke for, what our residents have requested. The folks at Horner brought up a great point, and that's before this rolls out, maybe a small block party or something at these sites so that they can come and meet the officers. They can talk to the folks here. So we're taking that into advisement, and some of the communities that are really engaged and need help right now, we'd like to start doing that.
That sounds good. But before that happened, I noticed that the advisory council like the firm to come before them. So let them know, because sometimes people titles and badges weigh heavy on their chest. Let them know everybody get treated equal. There's no big eyes and little U's. They have to be here to protect all of us and all the residents, presence, and all. So they have no bosses out there in the field. Their job is to do their job. No more, no less. They ain't got to please nobody, but do their job.
And
that
I
needs to
can
be
I can
stated.
say that, throughout my tenure here so far, we're all security as an industry. There are going to be officers that miss their posts. There are going to be officers that fall asleep, things like that. That is going to occur. However, it's how the companies respond And I can speak personally that I know Bill Cates I have his number. I go right to him. He fixes those issues immediately. Benford, I've worked with Mr. Odom at some of our properties when he's with this previous company. I never had a problem getting a hold of him. Securitas has been around a long time. We'll never have a problem. So those problems, all of those issues, and I think it's going to be known through our vendors, through us, through our community. We're in this together. That's part of the plan. We all have something at stake, and that is safety, security, watching our kids grow up, things like that. So that's our goal.
So I just want to just add on to that, as EJ has stated, everything I concur, but I also want to make sure that I recognize and give our CEO credit for allowing us to kind of redevelop our security platform. We actually we brought in different folks on our QC side, not so that we're not just having vendors out there and we don't know what's going on, but we also have folks. So we have folks on our CHA team who's going to be out there making sure that they're in compliance with this contract. So I'll commend the CHA, the CEO for that support, to supporting us and get the mission done for our residents' need. We went out there, we heard you guys, and we want to make sure that we're responding correctly.
So,
And the
Eric,
residents will also be
Yeah.
under the contract.
Commissioner Parker, yes.
so do these folks, the people that's wanting to apply, do they apply directly through the security firm, or is it on CHA website? How do they go about signing up for the job?
That is a great question, Commissioner. And I sat down and I told the team, how do we make sure that we get the resources that we need in order to have this? And so it's going to be something big. I want to make sure that I'm also going to give folks opportunities, because we're going to actually host something in our site at the FIC. We'll have all of the security companies come in. There'll be a job fair opportunity to bring in everyone who interested in the career in this, opportunity to apply. That was my commitment. I've told the team that I strongly want to make sure that we give them a platform in order to do so, and that's the direction that we're going in order to make sure that we get the resources. There'll be flyers going out through our Section 3 team, also our work team, to make sure we get the word out exactly when that job fair will go on.
So this is my last comment. I'm so sorry, y'all know we be on security alone, but this $162 million. And that's my whole point, that we have never at one time awarded a amount this big at $162 million. And so we're going to keep our eyes, follow the money, if you will. You know what I mean? So just let them know that it was coming to us in little pieces and crumbs. We wasn't really paying attention, but our eyes is going to be dead on this, because we saying, oh, they got all our money. Y'all taking up a lot of our budget, so we're going to be watching y'all too. So y'all got all kind of eyes on you.
Yeah. So again, commissioners, I want to make sure that we are total transparent. And again, I'm sorry, I have to give a credit to our CEO, because this used to be done by the property management companies. And again, although our budget was approved through our board, however, the actual management companies and actually the contract for security was actually procured through our private property management companies. We actually done this differently and making sure that we took this in-house and then presenting this to our board, making sure that we come here to make sure that we get all of that type of.
If I may suggest that you consider a West Side location, or I'm sure you're already working with resident services, but the most you can do to remove barriers to getting people to that, understanding this opportunity and getting to the opportunity would be helpful. So
Yes.
multilingual, broad.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We'll take all that in consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to say this, that I heard the word engagement. Engagement is very important. Physical engagement, environmental engagement, emotional engagement, engagement across the board. When you get that engagement in place, physically, environmentally, emotionally, with the people involved. You mentioned also about training, but with your engagement, you have to do that first in order to train the people properly. And then as you continue with your engagement with the people and the training of the people and understanding where they are in the communication engagement that you're doing, the physical engagement, the environmental engagement, then I think that we can look for some positive outcomes from what it is that we're going to accomplish. Not what we're going to try to accomplish, My eyes may be on you, but I think that if I'm with you physically, emotionally, just feeling what you're saying, because I feel from you that you're a person of engagement. You're the type of person, you say you have this good relationship with, you can go to this person, they'll return your call, because you are a communicator, you have that gift of engagement. And that's something we have to recognize as we learn the personality types of people and that they're in the right place and in the right space. Sometimes the people may be able to do some things, but they're not in the right space or the right place because of their background and their gifting that they have. But listening to you, I think I too, like Commissioner Parker said, my eyes will be on you.
Thank you.
To
I
see the-
like that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the words.
All right, hearing no further
One
comments.
more.
Oh, yes.
All I can
Washington.
say, I'm familiar with all the contract firms. I know of them. Some have been knowing me for years. We even fell out a few times. But we gonna listen to what you say, but we gonna watch what you do. And even though CHA is monitoring, you don't have to worry about CHA. You worry about those residents in which you're serving because they're there 24/7, 365. Those are the ones that's gonna get you.
All
So
right.
watch out for the residents. Don't worry about CHA. We got the eyes and the ears, and we don't leave.
Thank you, Commissioner Washington. Item number 7 reads as follows: authorization to award contracts for biohazard cleanup and remediation services at CHA Properties. Recommended awardee, One Chicago, in the aggregate amount of $1,267,520. Excuse me. Eric, would you please?
I have our Deputy Chief, Leonard Langston, who will present this item.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Before you today is a recommendation to award a contract for biohazard cleanup to BioOne Chicago in the amount of $1,267,520. These are for services, mostly related to undiscovered death and decomposition, cleanup, trauma or blood-related items, gross filth, hoarding, hazardous waste, et cetera. And Commissioners, if you recall, back at the January board meeting, we presented a similar item for these services to Spalding Decon. Since that board meeting, the contractor has notified CHA that they'll be unable to meet the terms of that agreement, and the current recommended awardee, BioOne, is the next responsible bidder. BioOne,
Did they give us a reason why they can't do it?
yeah, corporate restructuring.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
And BioOne Chicago is the most recent company to have a contract with us. We completed a 4-year contract with them in May of last year. And we have Bill Muir from BioOne Chicago is present to make remarks and take questions.
Good morning, Mr. Muir.
Good morning.
Would you give us a little introduction, please?
Well, the first thing I can say is it's really nice to see people in this room. Anytime there was a COVID call or decontamination that needed to be done, we were the ones that would come out and do it. So it was quite a while since I've seen anybody in this room. So it's nice that we've come together to be able to start spending time again with each other. My name is Bill Muir. I'm the vice president. Don Muir owns the business. I call it the ill business. The reason is because you guys heard what we do, and most people just go, ew. But when we're done, you'll hear the same thing, but it's much better. It's ooh. So we love what we do. It's kind of silly, but
You've practiced that delivery before, haven't you?
no, I haven't. That was the first
was
time.
very nice.
Thanks. But we're the ones that are cleaning what nobody else wants to clean. Unfortunately, there are opportunities out there. Our goal is not to worry about what happened in that situation. Our goal is how are we going to keep it safe for the other residents, the people that are still there, the property managers, the maintenance team. We need to figure out how to get them safe. And that's what we've done prior to this, and that's what we're going to continue to do. To make it easier for what we did was all your property managers have my cell phone number. I want them to call when they need to. Now, obviously, they're going to get their approvals like they need to, but when you have someone that, smells, you don't want the other residents smelling it, because if they're smelling it, they're breathing it. So that is the safest way for us to do it, is to get on top of these things right away. Does it happen all the time? No. But when it does, we want that person to know the cavalry's on their way. There's someone there that's going to help us get out of this situation. And it's kind of funny every time, no matter where we're at, the faces that people make trying to describe what happened, and then when they're done, they're smiling. Not necessarily in CHA, but in our other locations too. We make people smile on the worst day of their lives, and there ain't that many people that can say that. So that's why we love what we do. We partner with a company called Miles Davis for our Section 3, and they're fantastic. They help us. Their employees will also help us. So when we have gross filth situations, things like that, that's when they come in and help us. If there's an opportunity when someone does pass away, it's an emergency situation, so we'll call them to have one of their team members join us. But they are also certified, like all of our techs, we have to be. So it's great. The nice thing about us also is we don't leave any packages for you. When we do clean up, it all goes into our bags, they're biohazard bags, and they are properly disposed of through the EPA regulations. I've been with Bio1 for 8 years. The owner started it. She's a beautiful lady. Please make sure you tell her I said that. It's my wife. No. But no, it's been fantastic, and it continues to be fantastic. And it's the part of the relationship with all the people. You know, it's nice to see the managers say, "Oh, there's Bio Bill," you know, because they recognize me. They know that I'm there to help. And when I leave, I tell them the same thing every time. I hope we don't have to see each other for a long time unless it's a nice barbecue.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have questions?
Just a comment, and just want to say that, you know, your name been out there, and so again, like you said, when we have an outbreak, even down here, you guys have been Johnny on the spot. I wanted to know, when it is like a death or hazardous, how long does it take to actually clean a location? Do you do it over a couple of days? You do it
No,
once and done? Or how?
It's a once and done.
Okay.
Normally, time on location is between an hour to 2 hours on someone passing.
Are you that fast?
And especially with the CHA properties, in the buildings are all hard floors,
Hard surface.
whether it's tile or the vinyl tiles. It's a lot easier, more efficient for us to clean up, so our turnaround time is a lot quicker. What we want is, we want to get to that point where none of the tenants complain that somebody passed away. We really don't want them to know someone passed away, unless somebody within the community tells them. So that's why we try to get it done as fast as
So
we
you
can.
use like green products? I mean, it's no chemical smell? It's just,
No,
What
they're peroxide-based chemicals, and they're food grade. The reason for that is because peroxide cracks open a cell wall and kills it. We used it for COVID, and we use it for this. We use the food grade because sometimes we do use fogging equipment. In fogging equipment, if it goes on top of your counter, the chemical is green, so I don't have to worry about if someone makes a sandwich or something on their counter and puts it in their mouth, it's still fine. They can eat it, and there's nothing going to be, not that there's going to be peroxide sitting on it, but we want to make sure that everything is safe for them and for everybody. We do not use any type of bleach products, anything like that, and it is all certified green by the EPA.
Thank you. Commissioner Washington?
I've seen y'all do bodies for called on it, but do they do horrific watering units?
Uh-huh. Yes, we do. That's under the part of gross filth on the contract, and that's usually when the property managers let us know, and we work really closely. If the tenant's still there, we work with them really closely, because sometimes it is a mental health issue where they're trying to collect, especially when they're getting food from the pantry and stuff, they'll tend to hoard it. So what we do is we work really close with them because we don't want to hurt them in any way. And our process is, it's a safety issue. We got to be safe. We got to make sure that you're not attracting bugs because of all the things you have. We want to make sure that if there is a medical team that has to come in, they can bring a stretcher into your property and put you on there properly and safely so that, time is of an essence. So it's that part of it that really is the most important. Cleaning is just cleaning. But working with them, helping them understand that we're not here to just throw all your stuff away, but we're here to help you and help the community.
Thank you, Mr. Muir. The last item for, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please.
Thank you for your service and your partnership to make sure that our units are healthy and that our residents are taken care of. I just have a quick question. The owner wasn't able to make it here today. Can you tell us how involved your wife is with the company?
She does all the billing. She does all the communications for CHA. Lynette, DeJeanette, I'm sure they have real good communications because she needs to make sure that all the billing's taken care of. She makes sure that all the task orders are done. She's in charge of all the payroll. The calls come to me, and then she has an access to our board. When we first started, it was telephone tag. Well, now we implemented a thing called House Call Pro, where it tells our clients we're on our way. It tells our clients, hey, we're here. It tells our clients, okay, we've all finished, and then it sends a invoice. In CHA's situation, it sends them an information saying, yes, we're done, and then Dawn takes care of all the billing. She gets to see everything that's going on in House Call Pro. So she sees who's going where, when, and how. And believe me, she questions it every night.
And she
And
tells
then
you
last
what.
But that's
question.
good.
How large? What's your current staff?
We have 10 employees right now. During COVID, it was a lot tougher. We lost a couple Section 3 employees because sometimes it's hard when you're telling people, this virus is killing people, and the employees are like, well, wait a second. If it's killing people, I don't want nothing to do with that. And I can't argue that. I mean, we have to keep it protected. But we have enough. We had enough staff to support it. It was kind of funny because we'd be out in the western suburbs, and then Eric or someone else would be calling saying, okay, I got this one. What kind of time can you be here? So we were in buildings constantly, sometimes CHA buildings 3-4 times a day, but we help them tremendously, so.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Just say something here about him. I like to say that in your style, you're a storyteller, you're a bridge builder, communicator, and you're one to bring the emotional piece to your presentation, which is very interesting. So I want to say that you represent your company well
Thank you.
in how you do and your style of your presentation. And so continue what you're doing. I kind of feel you when you're speaking and when you're sharing and talking and giving a story. People, how can I say this? They embrace stories, and you do that so well.
Well, thank you so
Continue
much.
to do what you're doing.
You
Pleasure
probably
to-
woke up this morning not thinking that there's a guy that's going to be smiling and really proud of what he does in cleaning up these types of situations, but I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And the last item for Eric is item number 8, authorization to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Community Economic Development Association, CEDA, for energy efficiency projects in the aggregate amount of $15 million. Eric?
Yes, Ellen Sargent, again, our Deputy Chief of Building Operations, will present this item.
Good morning again, Commissioners.
Good morning again.
This memorandum of understanding will be the vehicle for which we provide capital funding towards projects that go through the Illinois Home Weatherization Assistance Program. This program is meant to increase energy efficiency through multifamily homes, and the state contracts with CEDA to administer the program. By administering, CETA provides a turnkey project delivery method. They come out to our buildings to assess the existing conditions, pull together a project, and then apply for, I'll say, approval for the state program to make sure that the project complies with all the requirements in the program. And then by doing that, they find out how much we as a CHA would owe, how much the program could provide to the project, and how much the utilities could provide to the project. So we are actually getting lots of capital projects for a little amount of capital contributions from the CHA, increasing the amount of money that we can invest throughout our portfolio. In addition, the CHA reaps benefits by having this more energy efficient buildings by decreasing our operating costs for utilities. As mentioned, the total 5-year contract or 5-year term would allow the CHA to enter into projects that are approved by the state for a not to exceed amount of $15 million from CHA contributions. And today we have representatives from CETA, the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Harold Rice, as well as the Chief Expansion Officer, Mr. John Patty.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. This is truly an honor and a full circle experience for me. I'm sitting here in CHA, an organization that I started my youth at 2310 South State Street. So having taken that journey and then going on to owning and operating a number of McDonald's restaurants here in the Chicagoland area, and deciding that the Happy Meal wasn't really making me happy after 16 years, that there was something more important and impactful, and which is why I went back left the for-profit sector into the nonprofit sector, and eventually wound up as president and CEO of CETA. CETA is a community action agency. I hopefully don't have to tell you much about how long we've been around, 50 plus years, but we've worked with CHA in an indirect way with our LIHEAP program, the largest program that we have. And it really excites me to know that we're looking at working with you again in a very direct way with this memorandum of understanding. As I oftentimes watch Good Times and go back to my childhood memories, I do think about those cold days. So having this opportunity to work with you, it brings me great joy and pleasure. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Any questions?
I don't have a question, but just a comment. I do commend our staff on finding ways to leverage the dollars that we have to make for the most energy efficient way. Very familiar with CETA and proud of the work that you guys do and the work that our staff does.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Same
Yes.
comment. This is like not coming out of our budget, and the goal is to help save us money. So I look forward to the agreement so that we could make sure we got the best or the most efficient equipment out there. And so I thank you guys for partnering with us to make sure that we saving money.
Thank you.
Well, the thanks is to you. CETA, our weatherization program, is one of the largest in the nation, and we have the most state-of-the-art equipment to do what we do. So this is exciting, and it's more than the money for me. It's about the mission, and as I look at your mission values, they align very strongly with CETA. So this is really great.
So being a former resident, you got some residents over there with you?
I'm almost positive that's one of the things I was talking about this morning. We need to do a better job at tracking that, but more than likely, yes.
Make the likely the more. You don't understand.
Yes.
Okay. Question about roofs and weatherization. I know that's not the immediate project, but in terms of insulation and R30 values, is there a way this can be expanded?
I'm sorry.
Can we use some of your money to put more insulation on our roofs along the way?
Yes, I have my Chief Expansion Officer, John Patty, who really drives that part, but I'm going to say yes. So
Okay, thank you.
it all depends on what we call the SIR, the savings to investment ratio piece of it. But
Got
yeah.
it. Thank you.
Question.
Okay. Yes. Commissioner Washington.
Your water faucets, your shower heads, your installation, I mean, everything is awesome, but one thing, and I gotta complain. Your light bulbs. Half of us as seniors, y'all doing the same thing. Half our family house of seniors and kids, we cannot see. Some of us don't have lights in our living room. Some of us do the way the units are made. Some residents don't, I'm saying that, some residents don't. I want to. Your lights, bulbs are so dull. We can't see in our kitchens. We can't see in our bathrooms. We can't. The lights are just too dull for some of us.
Is it the wattage or the Kelvin?
The wattage. You have to be able to see. In the kitchen, you need to see. In the washroom, you need to see. A lot of things, the wattage just not bright enough for some of us. And they go out and buy other bulbs, so your bulbs just sit there.
You know, that's one of the things that I need to, I'm sorry, you finish.
No, most of us wear glasses.
Yeah.
So
Most of us
I'm sorry, Commissioner. I want to make sure that where we have issues like that, we'll kind of do an assessment to address those issues. And if there's we can partner with CETA to get some more energy efficient light bulbs that's better lighting for you, and LEDs does that, right? So we'll definitely take a look at wherever there are circumstances where we have families that, and again, as you say, our seniors, the lighting, and part of our assessment is actually looking at lighting to make sure that we have the most efficient and safety lighting in all of our properties.
All right. Any other questions?
Everything else.
Thank you. Thank you, Arif. Thank you, Ellen. Hearing no other questions, we'll move on to the next. I
Thank
really
you.
have a long agenda here today.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. The next three items will be presented by Ann McKenzie, Chief Development Officer. Hi, Ann. Item number 9 reads as follows: authorization for actions necessary for the closing of Encuentro? How do we say this? Encuentro Square Phase 1, including the execution. Did I butcher it?
You got it right.
I don't believe you. Including the execution of a rental assistance demonstration project-based housing assistance payment HAP contract. Hi, Ann.
Hi there. Thank you so much. And with me to also pronounce Encuentro is Joel Walton, our Deputy Chief for Recapitalization. Joel?
I think we're in the afternoon, so good afternoon, Commissioners. Glad to be here before you today. I'm here to present an 89-unit project in the Logan Square community of Chicago called Encuentro Square. We are proposing to have RAD project-based vouchers on up to 55 of the units there that would be dedicated to CHA families. You may have seen this before or remember seeing this before. Previously in January of 2021, we brought this project before you to request 37 project-based voucher on the development at that time. Since that time, the project has been redeveloped and reconfigured, and now is presented as an 89-unit with now up to 55 units of CHA housing. The mechanism that we're using to facilitate project-based vouchers is called Faircloth to RAD, and that's a process that HUD has established in March of 21 to essentially start a project as public housing, and then once a project is completed, it would convert to project-based vouchers under the RAD program. So this is essentially securing a RAD use agreement that is contracted to the land in perpetuity. So these would be up to 55 units that would be dedicated for essentially at the long term. Some of the benefits to having RAD project-based vouchers in this particular neighborhood is that Logan Square is an increasingly gentrifying area. So we have an opportunity to have CHA residents, a dedicated wait list for that development to be residing in an area that is changing. This is very much supported by the City of Chicago and is primarily funded by the City of Chicago, requiring no CHA capital from us. So I also have Kate Gronstal here from Evergreen Real Estate Group to answer any questions and make remarks as appropriate.
Thank you. Good morning.
Yeah, so Kate Gronstal with Evergreen, and I want to thank you guys for having us here and being able to work on this project on behalf of both Evergreen and also our development partner, Lucha, who works in that particular neighborhood of Logan Square.
As Jewel mentioned, this is a rapidly gentrifying neighborhood, and in particular, this particular site. This site is right at the trailhead of the 606 trail. And so this will be kind of a gateway development for the 606. And so we've been excited to work with the City of Chicago and appreciate all of their support, as well as all of the staff support from CHA and working through the configurations of this project, which has been through multiple iterations to get kind of every stakeholder to the same place so that we can move this forward. This is just phase one of this project. There will be a second phase a little bit south of this, as well as further south and connected to the trail is designated for public park space.
How did you get extra units for us?
So there was a purchase and sale agreement with the Trust for Public Land. The Trust for Public Land acquired this site. The city then purchased it from them, and they made a commitment to a minimum of 150 affordable housing units. I will say that Alderman Maldonado was pretty instrumental in fighting for getting more than 150 affordable housing units, knowing how much his community needed this because of displacement from the gentrification in the area. So the project went through, again, several iterations to get to the point where we had enough park space set aside for the park, which was also part of the commitment that was made when the land was purchased, and to get a higher number of units. So our target is still to get upwards of 150, so closer to maybe 200 at the end of the day. This particular section is now 89 units. It was a little bit higher, got a little bit less, but we increased some of the larger units for families based on community and aldermanic feedback.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, I got one. Evergreen is the developer.
Correct.
What's the percentage on the own? What is 100%?
So we are developing, Evergreen and Lucha are co-developers on this for the structure, and because Lucha is a Chodo, so they can utilize Chodo home dollars.
Well, I really don't know what Chodo mean, but I mean, when you say
But
Chodo, tell me what that is.
So it's a community housing development organization, and there are certain home funds set aside that can only be utilized by those organizations. Because of that, our ownership structure, Lucha is the 100% owner of the general partner. Evergreen has another 0.01% in a special limited partner to allow us to receive some of the development fees. And Evergreen will also be the property manager.
You're really just developing. Your role is just to develop, right?
Develop, and we're still in the ownership structure, but
1%.
less than 1%, yes.
So y'all really ain't in it. But the reason I'm asking you that is because I know you guys teamed up a lot with CHA with the libraries.
Yes, we did.
And so again, I'm always, and I know CHA ain't spending money, but it's like we all say we all partners, and so I'm just trying to see, do Evergreen have any commitment to like give residents a shot to work on any of your projects? Because you built a couple of libraries, and I've been to a few sites, and I never really see residents or people working with y'all.
So the biggest challenge I would say that we have on the construction side is what we've done most recently are some pretty large developments with some pretty specialized features, but there is the Section 3 commitment that our contractors have to make. So they've hired at any of those projects, they've hired Section 3 workers, as well as utilized Section 3 business concerns. On another project we had, Evergreen actually hired someone at the corporate office from Section 3 who remains at the company 3 years later. So we have.
If there really is, because I don't never see it on the website. So would they go through you guys to get hired, or they'll go through CHA? How do you?
So to
make
do
that
a
net?
Section 3 hire, you have to go through CHA's system to pull that person from it so that it can be
No, I'm
verified
saying
that
y'all
it is a
post
Section 3.
position. It's a position, because I never saw a position.
The position
posted.
has to be posted through CHA.
Y'all
Yeah.
plan on posting positions for this?
So on the construction side, yes, that will be part of the construction work, which that contract, we've just selected a contractor, and subcontracts and those things are not yet issued.
So why does change the language of the up to opposed to 55? Is that mean in phases? Why do they say up to? And
So I'll respond to that. We have found that sometimes as we've gone through this, it might turn into 52, 53. We just want to make clear. We want to make sure that we have this authority up to the 55, but didn't want to say in the end.
So it could be 25 then, you say up to.
Oh,
How about-
no,
It's
no.
gonna be in the
yes.
50s, but somewhere up there.
Yeah.
Close up.
Yes.
Are you
We
suggesting
would
that you-
like we would like to be able to do at least 55 if we're able, just to help with the affordability, especially because of the gentrification.
Other area, okay, thank you.
Are you suggesting that perhaps the motion when we get to be amended, so it's say not less than and up to?
Right, they already, so it was 55 and then the motion, then they changed
Yeah,
the
no.
language to up to, so.
Okay. We have a
Uh,
commitment that we're going to get no less than 50?
Right, 50 a minimum.
And?
Because if you say up to, that means it could be from 1 to 50.
You know, the number of units is important to all of us.
Okay.
Right. On there for the dollar, for the
CEO
the
has
rad
a,
dollar value. So it gotta be a certain amount. 'Cause we're using-
yeah, the CEO has a comment on this.
I just want to make sure that the Board of Commissioners understands that when we're doing a deal like this, especially because of the nature of this, sometimes with the financing and looking at rents and mix of families and design, when we get there, we will be close to 55. That's the intention. It's not an intention to come in half. I also want to mention that we are using this Faircloth to RAD mechanism, which is a brand-new tool that, frankly, CHA is on the cutting edge. We're working very closely with HUD. We're one of the few housing authorities right now who are exploring how we can use this, which actually gives us more resources to do more affordable housing in the city based on the way it's structured. Some of these questions that you're asking is also because we can't answer quite definitively because as we work through some of the details also with HUD, there may be slight changes.
Thank you. Thank you, Kate.
May I?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
Please.
sorry. More questions. Are you able to say who your GC is, who you selected?
Yes, so we have selected, it's a joint venture between Leopardo Companies and All Construction. And All Construction, I believe, did the Altgeld Library for you all as one of their kind of first general contractor pieces, moving from just their traditional work to general contracting. So that's who we've selected to work with.
Okay, and then I will also note that Canopy, you have Canopy as an architect, and that's the MBE.
Yes, Canopy is an MBE. I would note also that JGMA, which is also another Latino firm, worked with us on the overall site plan for this and will be doing phase 2.
Thank you. Any other
Question.
questions?
Okay. It's been on us sign this contract. You all have the architect, you did everything you need to do, you have a contractor. The contractor is not new to the authority. So although you haven't put out there saying we have to go through the Section 3 portal, when you get a contractor on, especially not new to the authority, you know exactly what you're gonna need to do, what you need to do.
Yep.
You're an architect. So by the time this contract is signed, they should be sending something to the authority saying what they're gonna need. Everybody may not come on at the same time.
Right.
But we know what you're gonna need. So we shouldn't wait till the 11th hour. By the time your folks is working, we decide to hire some Section 3.
Yeah.
Everybody should start at the same time.
Yep. So I completely understood, and we obviously, yes, have done this before, as have both of the contractors that are joint venturing, but also we have been working on the development side with Tandem Ventures to do our original subcontractor outreach, and then we'll be also doing a worker outreach closer to the start of construction.
And then it depends on what we're doing, whether it's plumber, electrician, carpentry, pipeline, bricklayer,
Yep.
foundation, whatever. And first thing we hear, you know, you have to be a union. You have to have a union card. I'm sticking to the union card, and I'm glad I already told everybody to look it up. If we are not guaranteed a certain amount of hours, depending with the job, what we do, we don't have to be a union member.
Yeah, I mean, there are different requirements, yep.
Yeah, so look it up before you tell us we have to be a union member. Everything is not a union member, because only so jobs last so long. On Man Foundation, they only last a few months. If I'm doing painting, whatever I'm doing, don't last always that stuff, electricians and carpenters, it's all in the program. So don't tell us we have to be, we have to be a union member. We not guaranteed so many hours, we don't have to be in the union. Okay. Take that into
All right.
Okay.
Final question, Commissioner Parker?
So mine was, Leo Prado is a union shop, so if you work there, that's what you're gonna be. But my concern is that, the, notice to proceed date, when is construction to start?
So we are hoping to close on financing before the end of this year. So we're targeted to a November, December closing based on our current schedule for City of Chicago approval. So when we go to council and when certain things move forward. So we'd be starting construction right around the end of the year.
And could I just ask you, how and why do you form these groups? Like you talked about Tandem Ventures, what do you get them people from? Because they be on every job. And what's the point of hiring those type of people?
It's to help with the Section 3 requirements, the M&WB requirements. They help us with outreach and understanding all of the requirements as requirements change and programs change.
But if you need help with Section 3, I think you should talk to CHA because they don't work for CHA. These companies you keep naming, they
Understood.
never help CHA residents. I don't know how they keep jumping on every contract that come out that way, and then they really don't reach in our pool for our people.
They don't actually directly go in and look for people. What they do is they help us as a liaison to CHA staff, and they know the CHA staff well. It's something that they do on a regular basis, and they are really good at helping us with outreach, community outreach meetings, setting up the meetings, getting
saying,
people there.
In the future, look to this dealing with other people, giving other people opportunity. 'Cause I see those same group of names every time y'all do a project, and it never trickles down to my people. That's all I'm saying. We ain't got to make a big issue out of it.
Yeah, okay.
They're not the only.
I have a
folks in
question.
Alpharetta.
Thank you. Oh, yes.
Can you
Commissioner-
explain the ownership relationship between Lucha and Evergreen in percentages?
So I believe right now there's a certain developer fee split as well as a cash flow split, which are slightly different, and that's based on the guarantees that are being provided. So Evergreen is providing the majority of the construction guarantee, pre-development loan guarantees, and all of that. And so there's a certain split that's defined based on that. But within the ownership structure, Lucha is the 100% partner of the GP, which is, or 100% member of the GP, which is the 0.01%. And then Evergreen is of a special limited partner.
So at the end of the day, the asset is created. Who owns it?
Essentially, Lucha owns it. Again, the LightTech investor owns the vast
Understood.
majority for 15 years.
And then after 15 years, Lucha
It's
owns it.
Lucha is the,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
One more question. Will you remain the property manager the entire
Yes,
time?
the intent is, so we've had those conversations, and given the size of the development, we intend for Evergreen to remain the manager.
Thank you. Up.
Here's a RAD, and we have a lot of buildings that done turn RAD, and after year two, they get a second day vouchers are no longer available. Can I transfer one RAD property to another RAD property?
Yes.
Because we have people that want to change from one side to the other side, so they can't.
Yes, we have that actually in Chapter 18 of the admin plan where you can switch between
One
RAD
RAD
buildings.
to
But
another.
there is, has to be, ownership permission because it is considered third party versus those that are owned by CHA LLC.
Thank you.
There's, tenant selection plan requirements and such that have to be considered.
Thank you. All right,
So
up
the tenant
next.
selection plan, is that already embedded in? We ain't seen the tenant selection plan. Is that gonna come back or that's already embedded?
No,
in
this is
deal?
embedded in this action.
I never saw it, the tenant selection plan for the action.
No, that's is currently under development.
Are you creating it?
We're establishing it based on, some of the other projects that we have.
So CHA will approve without the board approving the TSP? That's all I'm asking, because you said you're gonna establish a tenant selection plan that it don't have to come back to the board. I heard this is a one and done. Once we done, it's gonna all roll out. So who gonna monitor the TSP? That's all I ask, to make sure it's fair. That they don't just create a tenant selection plan that push out the low-income folks based on credit or whatever, the reason some of them TSPs don't work for our people.
So we fully intend to be integrated into the process of the TSP, the CHA staff. So what we are bringing is similar to traditional PBVs where it's an omnibus action that we're asking for, but we'll certainly be, into the weeds of evaluating the TSPs, and it will be very similar to the TSPs that have already been presented as part of the library projects and others that they have with us.
You know we taking
We
drug
starting
testing.
off at the public housing, so why wouldn't have the same tenant selection plan as public housing since we're doing Faircloth to, I don't understand Faircloth to Rad, but if you said it's starting off initially as public housing, why would the rules change for occupancy because it's transferring? You understand what I mean, kind of? So it should be kind of tailored a little to that, you think? Whatever that criteria we set.
Yeah. Commissioners,
too
if
far.
I could just clarify. So this tool essentially is PBV, okay?
Okay.
And what we are doing is creating it as a public housing unit, but as soon as we close, it becomes PBV. And so it would follow those PBV guidelines. The one advantage of it being RAD PBV is that it is perpetual. So this will stay affordable throughout the life of the project, which a regular PBV does have an end time that we, have the choice to renew. So there's a lot of advantage to doing this. It also is essentially reserve funding that the Housing Authority has using this tool that allows us to do more project-based vouchers. And so the process is a little bit different, but I think the best way to think of this is as a project-based voucher with a third-party entity.
I like the fact that it doesn't have to be renewed. Up next is item number 10, authorization for actions necessary for the disposition of a portion of the former Harold Ickes site, submission of a land disposition application to HUD, and acquisition approval for a nearby site. Ann?
Thank you so much. The item before you is a request for the authority to submit a disposition application to HUD for a long-term lease of approximately 1.7 acres for development of a Chicago Public Schools neighborhood high school. The land is the southernmost part of the former Harold Ickes site. It's half of the southernmost block that has been planned as the last phase of the new Southbridge development. To remind you, Southbridge is under development right now. The first two buildings, the first one's completed, the second one is almost completed. CHA would retain ownership of the land, which would be leased to CPS. In addition, this is a request for approval to acquire land on a fee basis, meaning we would own it, in the neighborhood just to the east of this site. And that land would be used to provide the committed housing for the replacement of Harold Ickes with the Southbridge development. That site is approximately 2 acres. Again, that would be deeded to CHA. Need to remind you, CPS is still in the planning stages, so anything you've seen about this is, they're just planning for this high school. CPS has confirmed that the school would be a neighborhood school. It would be a high school that would serve students, including those from Hilliard Homes, Southbridge, Dearborn Homes, various other communities in the near south. It's being called the Near South High School for now, and parts of the near west. As this is still a conceptual phase, CPS has not yet designed the school. There's been considerable conversation about what size it would be because that will influence our change in that southern block because, of course, we want to build the housing on the site to the north of the site. There has been a lot of engagement, and that is continuing. So there has been engagement to date with CHA residents by CPS and CHA. The benefits to this are that the development would provide a strong alternative for high school education for many of our residents. Strong schools are part of a strong community. We are here to develop community. The community space also in the school would provide recreational and meeting space for our residents. Another positive thing, this was the last phase planned for Southbridge. There is a conceptual plan that it would have approximately 75 rental units on it. Those would fit north of the school, so we would still be able to fit on the site. And that design for that last phase was never really completed. There's also a plan for mixed, this is like our other sites, it would be mixed income, including for sale. So there is some flexibility about where for sale goes versus where rental goes on the site.
Thank you, Ann. CEO Scott, do you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. Commissioners, I just want to point out, we are bringing this item to the board for consideration. It has been discussed, as you know, it is still in concept. The CPS is still doing their homework about where a school and how to best implement a vision that they have around bringing a new school to the near south communities. CHA has been engaged in active conversations with CPS about how that there would be a preference for our residents, for CHA residents of the communities that Ann named, including Dearborn Homes, Hilliard, and Southbridge, to bring a new high school. This would be the first new high school in this neighborhood. I can't even go back to it in terms of, and that it would be a neighborhood school. And so our residents would certainly have preference there. The other part is that we felt that this opportunity was available and that would benefit residents because we would not be losing the rental housing on the ICKY site. And so we are committed to ensuring that CHA residents still benefit from the redevelopment at the ICKY site. And the property on Wabash would be used for other purposes, but helps in the transaction.
May I ask a question? Is there any way we could get the Wabash land, even if we don't go along with this? Or if the school doesn't get developed, can we get more land for more housing?
The land on Wabash is pretty expensive.
Okay.
It will be up to CPS if for some reason if they didn't move forward with the high school, but we certainly will take note that the board's preference.
Okay, thank you.
So is the swap contingent upon the build out? So say we go ahead and agree to the swap and then they don't start building, we gotta wait to see what they're gonna do before we could touch Wabash?
This isn't a swap. This is not a swap.
It's a ground lease for up to 99 years.
I know, but
We'll
I
still own
thought they
it.
was giving us something for us giving them something.
Well, yeah, we're giving them the land for 100 years, basically.
Right,
so
and what
we're-
they giving us?
Land.
I thought we was getting a Wabash.
Yeah, the Wabash sites.
Right, so I call that a swap. That's not a swap?
Well, to some extent, except that we're not losing our use of our land. So originally, the proposal came to us seeking a parcel where we would in fact swap land and sell them the entire parcel, which would then have required that we do something differently to make sure that we could bring back housing. We came up with this design concept where we are essentially sharing the parcel that was slated for a future phase for housing, and we're going to increase the density of the housing on part of that parcel. So we can still do what we need to do with housing on the parcel and still ultimately fit a school. Again, we don't have a final design on what that school would look like, but this proposal and the resolution that's before you is based on that concept, that we can still put our housing on the ICKY site.
So that was my concern, that we don't have to put our housing somewhere else on Wabash, even though Ann says it's expensive, but I took a look at that. It don't look that expensive. It don't look as green as our land. Our land actually looks much better.
And what we anticipate is that we might put some of the market rate home ownership on the Wabash site.
That'd be cool.
Thank you, CEO.
So,
Any other questions?
yes,
Commissioner
so
Washington.
from my understanding, all the ICKY 244 public housing is gonna build on site, on the footprints. And if we let the school get built, it don't matter if the school is built, so we get our units on site. We're not going nowhere near Wabash.
Correct.
For the CHA units, yes.
Okay, I can live with that.
Great. Any other
So,
questions or
yeah,
comments?
The other question is, I guess we ain't seen no movement on, I guess we gotta do what we gotta do before the school do what they, wait, we don't have to wait on the school to go ahead and make the decision that this is
Correct.
doable. We wanna see the I mean, I would love to see
We
a
have,
new
we
high
have to get
school.
permission to do this, even if it doesn't work through CPS.
So that's the thing, if it doesn't work, then we'll just repurpose the land. How long do we give the CPS to make up their mind of what they gonna do with the land?
The idea would be that that would be done by the end of the year, the whole, like what they do
Agreement.
with it. Now, they wouldn't have the whole design, but I wanted to point you to this proposed action is absolutely subject to approval of funding of a new high school by CPS and approval of, and all actions necessary for the purchase by CPS. So this is completely contingent on CPS moving forward.
It's completely dependent on BPI because CCB, because they're the developers, they want to build on their property. So I don't think it's gonna happen because our land is for residents only, 244 units. Other 637 don't matter. That's the 244 matters. That's us.
If commissioners do not have any additional questions on item number 10, the last item on this agenda, it's been a long agenda, is item number 11, authorization to take actions necessary for the disposition and sale of vacant land at the former Robert Taylor home site at West 44th and South Dearborn for the development of new for-sale housing. Ann?
Thank you, Commissioner. And Anthony Alvarez, I think, is going to join me if there's questions I can't answer, but I will present. This item is requesting authority to submit, this is long sought authority, by the way, because this is part of the original plan for Legend South. So we're seeking authority to submit a disposition application to HUD for the sale of approximately 1.6, 1.7 acres for sale development at the Robert Taylor home site. This is land at 44th and South Dearborn Street, which will fill in the vacant lots around the existing rental that's already on the site. This would be infill housing, again, around rental of what we call Savoy Square. The land would be subdivided into approximately 28 lots to be improved with home ownership units. The idea here is to catch up on the mix of incomes that we committed to when we first talked about Legend South. The plan is to start with about 8 of the lots and build market rate housing. The lots would be deeded as pre-sales are made and the builder is prepared to start construction. We would have reverters in place in case construction didn't happen. Development expects to bring another item to the board, which you want to hear about, I know, later this year, which is Legend South A3, more rental housing on the site. So we are back in business on South State Street. But this matter, back to the for sale, anticipates at least 3 of the sites will be reserved for affordable homes for families earning up to 120% of area median income, or we will seek to even make that a deeper subsidy. The benefits for CHA and families are the for sale development will bring more families to the site, providing infill around the already constructed rental units at Dearborn and West 44th Street. The for sale assists us with complying with all requirements, including court orders. And the CHA will be receiving funding for this. This is not giving away the land. This is actually a sale, which brings in revenue to the CHA. We have with us Greg Olson from Michael's Development, if you have questions for him.
Thank you, Ann. Commissioners, questions?
Yeah, I do. So when you first brought this item to us, I was kind of like set a little back because of I know construction cost is up. And so you said you want to build 28 units. When I looked at the construction cost and the money that's put into the unit, it would really kind of like, I thought that it will box out anybody that I know or used to live on the land from making a purchase of that at that particular site. But then you came back and you said that they will have three out of the 28, which will come in phases, affordable homes on the site. I don't want to reject this because I do believe in the mix is necessary. So we got, I ride through state, it's a beautiful location, and to get homeowners that wanna, share in the occupancy of our tenants. I think that's a good idea. And so, and we promised years ago that we'll do the for sale there. So I don't wanna try to stand in the way of that, because at first I just thought, who gonna be able to buy who I know gonna be able to buy it? And so then I thought about when, as a tenant growing up, when I don't have homeowners around me because I lived in an isolated site, I didn't see buying a home. I just wanted to live somewhere.
It's about community building.
So I think it's a good idea because of the community building that it brings, to see that a person that could afford over $500,000 home is my next door neighbor. I think that's a good thing. And so I'm not gonna reject this, and I normally, I did in the beginning, so you got my vote on that. I met Ms. Olson before, so
Thank
I
you.
know they're gonna deliver the best. So
Thank you
I
for your
think-
comments, Commissioner.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes, CEO? Oh, CEO Scott?
Well,
No? Okay. Commissioner Washington?
building on 44th and Dearborn, I know we don't have no home ownership. We have a lot of stuff down Michigan and Indiana. And you are reputable builders, and y'all build with women in mind. Y'all build with storage space. I love that part. They do. That's a good thing. And you talking, you got State Street, you got Dearborn, you got Federal. You talking about building between Dearborn and Federal, it's just off the street. So you may or may not build some more than on the track next to the greenhouses. So you may and may not build on the track because it's on the wall. But we did have a few buildings on the wall. You got State Street still available. So you're not taking up all the State Street. You're not front and center. So you're sitting in the middle. State, Dearborn, Federal, so between Dearborn. Federal, you build it? Sounds okay. You ain't trying to grandstand.
And for the record, my name is Greg Olson. I'm a regional vice president with Michaels Development, and I'm representing both Michaels and Bryn Shore. We're the long-term developers of the former Robert Taylor Homes site. We've finished 5 phases, and we're getting ready to start a 6th rental phase there at 45th and State. There'll be 61 apartments as well. This is something we've been working for a long time on and trying to figure out. It's really difficult. And what we've landed on is essentially a small pilot program, which is we'll partner with 2 home builders, one African-American home builder and one white home builder, Imagine Development and Greenline Homes. We'll start off with 4 homes each, essentially. They'll build on the northeast and southeast corner of Dearborn and 44th. And as those homes sell to home buyers, then we'll move over to the northwest corner where there's 20 lots. We still have to put an alley there. It's been in the plans for a long time. We've just been trying to figure out how to do it. It's been a real challenge, and we understand, I think, from our company's side that we're not home builders. It's a different ballgame. So we have home builders who are lined up to do that and identify tenants. And these are both home builders who are active on the south side, both in Woodlawn and Bronzeville.
So how would you, I'll just follow up since he talked. How would you, so Ann talked about the 3 ones that's gonna be affordable. How are they going to mix if the construction cost is the same? How would that be configured? How would somebody really be able to afford it? Are you gonna put less money in it, or are you gonna?
Well, so the concept is that the home is $599,000. What's affordable, and we're trying to do this without government subsidy. So the unit will be it'll be a 2-flat unit, and Greenline Homes has been working with Associated Bank, who's got a program that allows you to put 5% down, and they count the income in the rental unit towards the purchase price or towards your income. So essentially, it allows people between about 105 and 120% of area median income to afford the home. So that's the concept. He said he's sold them to people in that range before. He's worked with the city. He's done a couple of home sales in Woodlawn at that level. So that's the plan, and we'll obviously be in touch and working with the CHA every step of the way. If there's a way to buy down the price of the home, that would be another way to do it, or to do home down payment assistance, that would be another way to look at sort of getting people into the home.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Things as far as a sort of buy down assistance, has there been any thought about putting these in the trust as a source of perpetual affordability?
We asked that of the home buyer or the home sellers, and they said they prefer not to do that because they said the alderman is not going to be excited about it because it then limits people's wealth building abilities, and B, that it just creates more constraints for the home buyers who then may not be interested in them.
And then my second question is, Very good to see you.
You too.
Very impressed with the work that you did previously at 44th and Grove.
Thank you.
Predominantly about how high the MBE WBE contractors' participation was. What is your expectation or your expectation or plan for this project? Because can you remind us exactly how high your MBE WBE participation in contractors were on that site?
Yeah, so we've finished 17 projects since 2002, and we've awarded $130 million to MBE contractors and $26 million to WBE. We've hired 198 Section 3 employees, and since the sort of newer program of Section 3 business has gone into place, we've awarded $12 million to Section 3 businesses. Now, this is our general contractors. Typically, we do smaller work as the developer. And our Legend South A3 project, which will be happening at State and 45th, will go through a similar program. So it's a government program. The for sale program, we're trying to avoid utilizing essentially government sources. So if we can stay away from utilizing government sources, we can build it much like the homes that Green Line is building in Woodlawn and Bronzeville currently. So I think they would continue to work with their existing vendors. I don't have a list of his existing vendors. I can certainly get that to the team, find out if they're MBE certified. Generally, they're mom and pop businesses, so they're not, people who are chasing essentially government work. They're small father-son, brother businesses who build homes. So it's very small-scale businesses. Whether or not they're certified MBEs or WBs, I don't know.
And possibly because they're mom and pops, they're probably not unionized,
Yeah, not.
which means there's greater opportunity for them to be MBE WBs.
Yes, as well as Section 3 or just small ownership structure.
So I'd love to know that information.
We can work on that.
Oh, because Brenshaw is the developer, so you saying these won't be union contractors, and so they'll allow for maybe non-union companies to
Yeah,
work
so
with them?
the idea is the land will be sold to Brincher Michaels since we were procured by CHA 20 years ago to do this work, and then we will subsequently transfer the land to the home builder who will then build the house, and they'll use their typical crews, how they build their homes.
It's up to them who they.
Yeah. Yeah, and there won't be government subsidy, so there won't be
Say no
requirements.
requirement.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hearing no further questions, thank you, Ann and staff. Next on the agenda is public participation. It's been a long time since we've seen people here. Again, welcome. 3 speakers registered to speak on items on the Real Estate Committee agenda. Based on CHA's public participation rules, each speaker is granted 2 minutes to speak. There's a time clock up there. You will be advised when 30 seconds remain and when your time is up. As a reminder, personal attacks and abusive language leveled at commissioners, staff, residents, and other individuals will not be tolerated. And they're hurtful. Individuals who are disruptive during the meeting will be given a warning and will, if necessary, be removed from the meeting. Responses to comments presented during the public participation will be posted on CHA's website. The Assistant Board Secretary will advise you when you have 30 seconds of your time remaining. Registered speakers will be called in the following order: Etta Davis, Tamika Holt, and Don Washington. Ms. Davis, can you please come to the podium? Ms. Davis is registered to comment on items number 10 and 11. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Etta Davis. I'm the Vice President of the Local Advisory Council in the Dearborn Homes. And I was really appalled at first to hear that there was going to be a vote maybe taken on the South Loop High School coming into the Ickes area where that land is. But I was glad to hear that at least the 244 promised units will be returned on the Ickes site. But another thing was that I said, how could you have the nerve to even think about taking a vote today when you're sending out letters in our neighborhoods telling us that you want us to come to a meeting to get our opinion on how we felt about the high school coming. So I felt like that was disrespectful to the residents of the Dearborn Homes. That's more like the egg before the chicken. We don't do that type of thing. The CHA, and I'm just not talking about anybody, one particular person, but I feel like sometimes you treat us like second-class citizens. second-class residents like we're dumb and we don't know what's going on. We should be involved. I feel like we should be involved with everything that's going on around us. Now, as far as the selling of the land off at the Robert Taylor's, that land has been vacant since 1999 during the plans for transformation. Not one public housing unit has been returned upon that land. And so I say to myself, you're always talking about, you already sold off.
30 seconds remaining.
You sold off part of the land to excess tenants. It's not too many of us playing tenants, okay? Now you're talking about selling off another portion on 44. And I can understand, you need some kind of money's coming in to CHA or whatever, but you keep giving out millions and millions of dollars to these different corporations. Use some of those millions and millions of dollars for CHA public housing units, because that's what the need. We have over 120,000 people on your waiting
time
list.
is
You
up.
should be building public housing units.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. The second registered speaker is Tamika.
Again, we appreciate your input, but we're not able to hear all the rest of the public participation. EJ? If we're not able to continue the meeting, we'll have to close the meeting at this time. If we're not able to continue the meeting, we'll have to close the meeting at this time.
We've been on.
Ms. Holt?
Ms. Holt, I apologize.
Ms.
We're
Holt.
going to have to close the meeting because
Second registered speaker is Tamika Holm.
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Holt is registered to comment on the following items: number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 9, number 10, and number 11. Ms. Holt,
Is she still outside?
2 minutes. Where is she? Don't worry about it.
Can you go to the next person? We'll come
Okay.
back to.
We will go to the next person and come back
We'll
to
come
Ms. Holt. The next person registered to speak is Don Washington. Mr. Washington will be commenting on numbers 10 and 11. Mr. Washington, welcome.
Morning, I'm Don Washington from the Chicago Housing Initiative.
Good morning.
And y'all have one job, and that's to house people who cannot be housed, whose needs cannot be met by the private market. Your job is to house low-income people. I have some terrible news for you. I got some bad news this morning. If the CHA and every affordable housing program in the city of Chicago and every community development corporation in Chicago held hands together and worked perfectly and actually met the federal standard of 97% occupancy, between 120 and 150,000 units of affordable housing would just not be available. That's an undercount, because I'm talking about units. When we start talking about people, we're talking about between 150 to 300,000 people. Low-income folks, no place to live. And they're not in the city. They're here. They are homeless. They are home insecure. They are transient. They are doubled and tripled up. Some of y'all know these folks. Some of y'all are these folks. But most of those people are children.
30 seconds remaining.
I'm aware. Most of these people are children. And we know what those outcomes mean. That means they're less likely to graduate, more likely to be victims of crime, more likely to end up in jail. But most importantly, what all of this means is y'all are not living up to your commitments. I lived through the malignancy of the Rahm Emanuel administration and the incompetence of the Daley administration. Lori Lightfoot is supposed to be better. Y'all are supposed to be better.
Your time is up.
All we have is broken promises, failed promises, and empty promises. Keep your promises.
Thank you,
Work
Mr.
with us, house these people.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Is Ms. Holt back? I don't see her.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Holt should be here momentarily, but maybe what we can do is we can take her comment in the board session, if that's okay with Madam Chair?
I'm fine with that.
With that add extra time. Okay. All right. I would like to thank all our registered speakers, and I look forward to hearing Ms. Holt later. As I mentioned earlier, responses to comments presented during public participation will be posted on the CHA's website before the next scheduled meeting. Commissioners, you've heard several comments from the public related to items on today's agenda. Do you have any further questions or comments on any of these items? Ms. Holt.
Your name, sir? You registered to speak at the board meeting. We have a second public session, and you are registered to speak.
Ms. Holt, good morning. Or good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So I wanted to make a comment concerning your procedure about committee meetings. If we only have 2 minutes at the end of all items and we have more than one item to speak on and they're all in more than one item impacts us, and 2 minutes is there, then you are stifling our voices because those items are important to us. And everybody that came up here, the business people, they had whole soliloquies. And the clock didn't start on them. So that's kind of unfair because those issues impact us. So yeah, our voices are being stifled. And sometimes you get what you get, and you get people yelling out because now your procedures has changed. You didn't used to get all that yelling out when the procedure was different. So you need to think about that. You probably want to revisit that. And that's my comment for that. As far as the selling of the land, what happened to offering it to the residents? What happened to that part of the law as far as you selling off the land? What is your profit margin? What you getting? You say you're gonna make some money. What's the profit margin? Where's the information that we used to get in these packets when you're having these deals, when you're doing these deals? It's a lot of less verbiage now days with your agenda. And I find that very interesting. As time go on, it's a lot of less information when you're talking to us about your deals. With that being said, CHA is doing a lot of things and you're taking
30
housing away.
seconds.
Where is the money going to? The residents is not pretty much benefiting at all. The population is not benefiting. The less fortunate economically, we're not benefiting, but everybody is lining their pockets. And when you say you're not giving up money, you're giving up human capital, which helps them make money, which helps them pay mortgages, which help them own quicker. So where is that? Where are we benefiting? So when you say you're not giving up anything, yes, you are. You're giving up human capital, and we're tired of being human capital. You got people running around talking about their social service entrepreneurs. Really? And my population is more of the social service, human capital you giving up? Seriously. We're tired. We're tired. Like seriously, and it's business as usual here.
Ms. Holt, it's time. Thank you for your comments. Okay, we're going to be voting on committee items, and I would like to, want to call for a motion to approve. Oh, excuse me.
Good morning
Good morning.
to all of you. Davidson is my name. Good to see you, friend.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Davidson is not registered for the Real Estate Committee.
Oh, Mr. Davison, you're not registered for this committee. Is he registered for the general?
I just got a comment about Latham Homes.
No, he's not. We did not receive
No, I
a
did not
request
register.
to speak either at any committee or the board meeting.
So, what is your comment, sir? Please. Sir, what's your comment?
So I cannot speak in this?
No. It's my committee. What's your comment, sir?
Okay. What I want to talk about to you real briefly, right quick here, in these 2 minutes I have, is the concepts, the planning process that happened to Latham Homes in the last 3 to 5 years. The concepts and the plan that was planned for Latham Homes during the transitioning is not the end results, commissioners. And the residents are paying some bills that there's no meters to be read from whatever the services are. For example, Conserve. People are getting bills and paying these bills, and there's no meter and no receipt, no. Who are Conserve? Who is they? Where's the money going? The residents don't have an LAC anymore. They got rid of that, so they don't have a voice. So the residents need to know who to report to and how to bring their issues and concern to be resolved of what's happening to them at the community they live in. So this is just an outline for me to you. I will be back again to talk to you more so about what's happening at Latham Homes and happening to the residents that they are concerned about, and there's nobody to answer the questions for these people.
Thank you, Commissioner. CEO Scott, would you please?
We
30 seconds.
have a community that's half done. South side of Latham Homes, still boarded up, kids running across the top of it, unsafe, hazardous conditions. the north side of Latham Homes half done. People walking half a block to the garbage. Nonsense. There's a lot of other issues about Latham Homes
Time is
and
up.
its residents that I will be talking to you about in the near future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Davidson is my name once again, and I will see you again.
Excuse me,
Scott, I
sir.
think, has
Excuse
an
me,
an-
sir.
sir?
If I don't want you to leave. If you could speak to the gentleman right there on your right, Mr. Garrett. I just want to make sure we get your information so we can follow up. So thank you very much for bringing your concerns to us. And I just want to mention this issue at Lathrop Homes and the billing for the utilities was just brought to our attention last week by one of our commissioners. And so we have started looking into it. I'm very concerned that we're not seeing consistency in the billing in utilities and so on. And so we are looking into this, and I'll be talking with our internal auditor about doing a study on those utilities. So we are on this, and we thank you for bringing this to our attention, to anybody from Lathrop who is still here.
Thank you. Commissioners, you've heard several comments from the public related to items on today's agenda. Do you have any further questions or comments on any of those items? Hearing none, I would like to present a motion for approval of items number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed, abstentions, or recusals?
I with the amendment.
With amendments, okay. Hearing, well. Oh, Francine, are you not on the committee? Oh, I'm sorry, Francine. So hearing none, items 3 through 11 are approved by unanimous vote. Thank you all for participating in this. If there is no further business to come before this committee, I will make a motion to adjourn this meeting. Is there a second? All in favor say aye. Are there any nays? The July 19th Real Estate Operations Development Committee meeting is now adjourned. Thank you all. Sure. Hi.
Yes, it is a process where you do go online and you register, and then we have your name and all your contact information ahead of time.
And that way we can
And if-
respond to you.
And so I had mentioned it earlier in my earlier speech, but if you have challenges, you can call in. You don't have to just go online. You can physically call in and just give your name and say that, so that we have a list of who wants to speak.
Similar to the
Madam
card.
Chair, just for clarification, we have had these processes in place for over a year.
That is-
The registration to speak, when we were holding virtual meetings, everybody had to register to speak.
But
And I'm sure that's the case, and I will say that most likely it is folks that may not come to meetings regularly, and now you are becoming more engaged, and that is wonderful. And we want to hear your voice. We want you to have the opportunity to speak out. We just want it to be, as you see how long this meeting is, as it is, that we want it to be in a very productive manner. So.
Right.
Sure.
You did, I
Yeah.
understand.
Okay.
Mhm. And thank you so much for your patience and being patient with us. At this point in time, good afternoon. On behalf of the CHA's Board of Commissioners, I would like to welcome you officially to our 85th annual board meeting. We are now in the board meeting session. To our residents and guests who have joined us today in person, a very warm welcome. Thank you for your patience. Truly, thank you. And to our remote viewers, thank you for joining us today via our live stream video. At this time, I will ask you to turn off your cell phones or silence your cell phones so the meeting can come to order. We're going to have our board secretary, Lee, to establish a quorum.
Commissioner Brewer, Commissioner Gutierrez, Commissioner Harris.
Here.
Commissioner Hart.
Here.
Commissioner Matanke.
Here.
Commissioner Parker. Commissioner Washington.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hurlock.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Lee. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Dr. Harris for our centering thoughts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. I would like to say that my centering thought today is coming from something I read online, and I thought it was so beautiful, and I really wanted to share this with you. It's called, "We Are Called to Serve." Can you say that with me? We are called to serve. Can we say that together? We are called to serve. Thank you. Well, being involved in your community is such a delight. You get to help others in someone's life to be a light. In my community, various peoples you will find, firefighters, teachers, doctors, one of every kind. In my community, we always look out for each other. Kindred spirits who treat people as if they were your own brother. Serving comes from the heart. No need to ask why. The opportunities to serve are like the constellations in the sky. Yet, when it comes to answering the call to community service, some people turn a blind eye and really get nervous. Well, you can find a place that needs change and make a difference. That difference could have an impact and reveal true magnificence. In your community, always try to be a light. No matter how dark or dull, make it bright. Don't partake in this chaos and world full of hate. Instead, be a part of your community and make it great. When it comes to your community, don't turn away and be blind. Go where you are called and remember to always stay humble and kind. You are called to serve. You're called to serve. All of us are called to serve. And together here at CHA, we can do a great job in serving others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Harris, for your always appropriate thoughts. Next on the agenda is the report from the CEO. CEO Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Board of Commissioners, residents, participants, and members of the public, good afternoon, and good to see many of you in person. Our theme of this year is Make the Difference, and it continues in all the work that we do. Often, we talk about our mission to provide affordable, decent, safe, and stable housing, but we don't talk about the hows and the whys. The how is that we work with partners. CHA can't do it all. We're not funded to do it all, but we work with partners and invest in creating mixed-use, mixed-income environments that catalyze families' growth, their health, and economic independence. When CHA invests in new construction, we are not replacing the public housing of the past. When CHA invests in new construction of units, we are building communities, strong communities that can sustain themselves for the future. Communities include housing, strong schools, public schools, as we've talked about, green space and outdoor recreation, jobs and career opportunities, healthcare access, access to grocery stores and other retail. CHA and its partners use the soil to build communities that can thrive. This is what we mean when we talk about mixed-use communities. But when we talk about people, we get to our why and our purpose. And just as diverse environments are usually vibrant and growing communities, diverse populations contribute to the growth. So when we talk about mixed income, it's about rebuilding the village where everyone is welcome and making a difference, whether they're the teacher, the truck driver, the student, the office worker, the business owner, the doctor, no matter what their income or their source of income. Our core mission is about housing, but our purpose is about helping people. So today I just want to highlight a couple of things, and in the interest of time, I won't go into all of my comments, but I want to talk about a few people who are thriving. So this summer, we are engaged in supporting students between the ages of 13 and 24. So there are 2,086 students throughout the city, CHA residents who are employed or working this summer through the One Summer Chicago program. We also hired 20 interns who are college students, and they are working right here in this building with CHA in areas such as finance and resident services and other CHA departments. The last board meeting, I also talked about our Workforce Opportunity Resource Center and the forum that we did where we had 70 businesses show up to learn how to do business with CHA. And so I want to point out to the public, and I won't go into the details, but we are continuing our series of forums. So on July 22nd, there is an opportunity to talk with Walsh Construction and GMA Construction Group about their subcontracting opportunities at Park Boulevard. There's also a business-to-business forum on July 27th where Section 3 contractors or businesses can showcase their business. And most importantly, to the public in general, whether you have a Section 3 business or not, on August 6th, we will host a pop-up shop for Section 3 small businesses to show their products, and we hope for people to buy their products and services that they're offering. So I encourage you to go to CHA's website for more information, and I think there are flyers in the back, or check us out at 773-342-WORK, W-O-R-K. That's 773-342-WORK. So these are just examples of how we make differences with our residents, with resident-owned businesses. And so I'm gonna close with a short video about Imani Muhammad. Back in 2006, she operated a home daycare, and Ms. Muhammad is a Housing Choice Voucher participant. Spurred by her daughter's school project, she started Imani's Original Bean Pies, a CHA Section 3 business. Her idea has grown from her kitchen to now a thriving business that supplies restaurants, stores, and other kitchens. So let's take a look at Imani Muhammad's story. Thank you.
When I'm baking, it's just, I like to kind of like have that quiet time. I know most people say, well, it's not quiet. It is. There's just machines going and our music maybe, but I could just kind of be in my own zone, I think, and that's what I like the most about baking. It started as a homeschool project with my daughter at the time, my oldest daughter at the time, who was 7. We were doing a project on the Navy bean, how it received its name, its health benefits, and so that's how we all got started. We did bean pie, bean soup, and bean salad as the foods around that project. The bean pie turned out pretty good, salad not so good, but 2 out of 3 is not bad.
I remember coming downstairs, and I do remember tasting it. But you ever had something that just hit you all of a sudden? So I remember tasting it, and all of a sudden, all these thoughts started hitting me after that taste. I was like, man, this could lead into something. So I told my wife, I said, I think this can be a real good business.
A lot of people think a bean pie is a savory dish. It's actually a dessert. So it's a sweet dish. It's made with Navy beans. Why do we use the Navy beans? Because when you mix protein and sugar, it's easier on the digestive system for you to digest. What we did, we sold them in a fundraiser for the school. And from there, people kept coming back. And then I said, well, this is a business that we could teach our youth, that we, how to make and manufacture their own product. So next thing you know, we were in Pete's Fresh Markets, Whole Foods, Ultra, Fair Play. The youth had an idea of putting it online, and now we ship throughout the United States as well. So Section 3 has been working with me one-on-one with counseling. It also outsourced some consultations for our company, and they were very instrumental in helping me to build out a balance sheet that actually showed how we would do better in retail.
Most residents call our area CHA Section 3, but we have rebranded and reimagined ourselves, and we're now known as the Workforce Opportunity Resource Center. And we love to help our residents start, grow, transform their businesses through coaching, educating, mentoring, and networking.
I'm going to say something funny, but that business owners need bosses too. And what do I mean by that? We need sometimes just that person to help keep you accountable. I tell everybody the secret is love. Yeah, because a lot of people can get a recipe and you can make a pie. But that's the secret. The secret is love.
Okay, thank you for that video. We don't have any pie up here. Before we go into the next section, I do appreciate very much, I think all of the commissioners here appreciate very much those of you who have sat through this meeting very patiently, very respectfully. And so those of you who do want to make a comment and did not understand that there was a pre-way to make it, please hold up your hand so that she can take your name so that you can make a comment today. Moving on, upon entering board chambers, you may have noticed our newly unveiled historical wall. This wall depicts a pictorial and chronological history of officers who have served as chairpersons going back to 1932. In the very near future, we will be adding a kiosk that provides biographical information on all of our past chairs. We would like to thank Cass Miller and Thomas Hoffman for taking the lead on this project. Mr. Hoffman spent countless number of hours researching each chairperson. He visited libraries and scoured through volumes of archives to complete this noteworthy project. Thomas first started working at the CHA in November of 2019 and currently works at the Facility Event Associate at the Charles Hayes Center. We invited Thomas to attend today's board meeting, but he is out of the office convalescing. And Thomas, if you are watching this meeting via live stream, thank you for a job well done. Pursuant to Section 4 of the CHA bylaws, election of officers is held at our annual meeting. Coming up for election today are the positions of vice chair and secretary. As I mentioned earlier, due to a work-related conflict, our Vice Chair Brewer, is not present today. It is my distinct pleasure, however, to nominate Commissioner Matthew Brewer to continue serving in the position of vice chair. As some of you know, Commissioner Brewer was first appointed to the board in July 2013, and by being so, he is the second longest serving commissioner on our current board. No one can actually beat Dr. Harris. Commissioner Brewer currently serves as the chairman of the Finance and Audit Committee, has served as a chairman of the Real Estate Operations Development Committee, and is a member of the Tenant Services Committee. Since I first joined the board, Commissioner Brewer's knowledge of CHA and leadership skills have been something to commend, and I continue to rely on his honest advice, feedback, and his fresh perspective. I will therefore present a motion for Commissioner Brewer to continue to serve in the position of vice chair. May I have a second? Thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, on nomination duly made and seconded, Commissioner Brewer is reelected to the position of vice chair by unanimous vote. I have a statement from Commissioner Brewer that reads as follows. Esteemed board members, thank you for your vote of confidence. I gladly accept the nomination as vice chair of the CHA Board of Commissioners. I will continue to support Chair Herlock and my fellow board members in furthering the mission of CHA. The second position up for election is the position of board secretary. I would like to nominate Lee Chuck Gill and present a motion for Lee to continue to serve in the position of board secretary. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? There better not be. Hearing none, on nomination duly made and seconded, Lee is reelected to the position of board secretary by a unanimous vote. Lee, do you accept the position of board secretary to which you are reelected?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair and the board.
Thank you. Each of the officers so elected have accepted the offices to which they were elected. Congratulations, both Matt and Lee. Commissioner Hart retains the chairmanship for the Tenant Services Committee, and Commissioner James Matanke continues to serve as chairman of the Real Estate Operations and Development Committee.
Thank you.
As I mentioned earlier, item number 1, authorization to adopt revised investment policy, will be presented to the full board for consideration and vote. This item will be presented by Mike Moran, Chief Financial Officer. Mike? Thank you for your patience as well.
It's been a long day. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is a recommendation to adopt a revised investment policy. The current policy was adopted in September of 2017. Following changes have been made to the policy. Procedures were removed, and that reduced the policy from 11 pages to 7 pages. Portfolios were renamed to better reflect each portfolio's purpose. Durations and benchmarks for each portfolio were updated. The revised policy includes additional board oversight, and that means annual review of the policy by the board. There will be an annual cash flow submitted to the Audit and Finance Committee. An annual presentation of CHA's investment plan will be provided to Audit and Finance as well. Quarterly reports will be provided to the board. Additionally, the policy now includes a list of eligible investments and a list of approved broker-dealers in the body of the policy. CHA's internal audit team will conduct a biannual audit of investment transactions to ensure that they adhere to the policy. I'm available for questions.
Are there any questions, Going one, okay. Commissioner Parker?
So, Moran, when you talk about investments, like, what type of investments? Like, could you give like a little brief overview of what we investing in?
So principally, we're investing in government securities, so T-bills, that type of thing.
Oh, okay.
The critical part for us getting federal funding is we want to make sure we've got safe, secure investments.
Right.
So we're not getting into anything very risky.
Right. Okay.
And within the policy is a list of what we invest in.
Right. I mean, I asked it for the public. You told me already. I read it.
Were there any other questions? Commissioner Washington?
Who's following up, following through, and monitoring the process?
Pardon me?
Who's gonna, once we do this, who's gonna follow the process?
So
Make
in-
sure they're here into the process. The
So in-
brokers and all that,
when-
who's gonna follow up and follow through to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing?
So that's part of the internal audit that's been added. So they're going to do a biannual review of our investments. They're going to select multiple transactions and follow through each transaction to ensure it followed the policy.
And management report, they gonna follow the policy. Where it's on page 4, management will prepare at least quarterly reports. Are they gonna actually read papers and documents, or are they gonna also go out to different locations and do hands-on?
So it's hands-on, and actually we have Dave Zimmer is the primary person responsible for investments, and he's using a product called, excuse me, I think it's Insure, I'm not sure about that. But he is the one who's getting bids from our broker-dealers and making decisions on the investment amount, to accept the bid or not, duration, all those things. And then it's reviewed by myself, and ultimately there's a monthly report that's going to the board. So there is multiple levels of review around the transactions.
So you're gonna review and do checks and balances?
Yes.
That one other question is, how much of our annual budget, or what percent could be reinvested or invested? You know, I know some of the things is already almost spent, and so do you invest the whole portfolio, or is it a certain percent that we only could invest?
So there's actually, it's broken down into kind of 4 groups. And there's a group where we're getting our operational funding in. And so that is invested more short-term. We have some longer-term investments that are restricted, and so they aren't used for a period of time, and so those are invested longer-term. We actually also have some bond proceeds that fall into this special group, and we're investing those typically a little bit longer-term. But everything is based on need. So for instance, on the bond use, if we've got bonds scheduled to be used in our capital plan, we want to make sure those are not invested and freed up and available for that transaction. So we're monitoring all of this on a daily basis.
So say for instance, we make the investments, are we able to use that investment profit in this year's budget, or do we move to the next year budget? So how do we spend the investment, the money we making off investment?
So currently, we have, in the current budget, I believe it's like $5 million of investment income
From last year or from this year?
from the current year. And a lot of it depends on the duration, so how long we're investing. So if we invest something short, that's going to, the investment's going to happen this year, it's going to mature this year, we'll recognize the interest income this year.
We start putting it, using it in our annual budget, I'm saying?
And it's in our annual budget and available for use.
That's what I want, okay. Thank you, Mike.
Were there any other questions? Okay, hearing none. We did not receive any requests for residents to speak on item number 1. And since we have no additional questions, I would like to make present a motion for approval of item number 1. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, item number 1 is approved. Next on the agenda is committee reports and approvals of resolutions. Our next committee report will be presented by Commissioner Megan Hart, Chair of the Tenant Services Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Tenant Services Committee held its regular meeting earlier today. I chaired the meeting and the following committee members were present as well: Commissioners Harris, Parker, and Washington. Present also but not counted for the quorum were Chair Hurlock, Commissioners Gutierrez, and Matanke. The Tenant Services Committee members discussed, voted, and recommended for approval the following item. Item number 2, authorization to adopt FY 2022 Administrative Plan and FY 2022 Admissions and Continued Occupancy Policy. Madam Chair, on behalf of the Tenant Services Committee, I would like to present a motion for approval of item number 2.
Wonderful. All in favor, well, I was going to say, since we have a motion, we have a second now by Commissioner Washington. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, item number 2 is approved. The real estate report will now be presented by Committee Chairman James Matanke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Real Estate Operations Development Committee held its meeting earlier today. I chaired the meeting, and the following committee members were present as well: Commissioners Gutierrez, Harris, and Parker. Although Chair Hurlock and Commissioners Hart and Washington were also present, they were not counted toward the quorum. Committee members then discussed, voted, and recommended for board approval of the following line items. Item number 3, authorization to adopt fiscal year 2022 non-dwelling premises use and lease policy. Item number 4, authorization to award contract to complete physical needs assessment of various CHA properties. Recommended awardee is Bureau Verista Technical Assessment, BBG Assessments LLC, and HGR Architecture, Inc. for a total program funding authorization of $4.5 million. Item number 5, authorization to extend contract number 11974 with AGB Investigative Services, Inc., and contract number 11876 with Cates Detective and Security Agency, Inc. for security services at CHA properties. Item number 6, authorization to enter into professional security service agreements to provide security services at various CHA properties. Recommended awardees: Cates Detective and Security, Benford Protection Group, Page Security, and Securitas Security in the aggregate amount of $162,899,538. Item number 7, authorization to award contract for biohazard cleanup and remediation services at CHA properties. Recommended awardee: One Chicago in the aggregate amount of $1,267,520. Item number 8, authorization to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Community Economic Development Association, CEDA, for energy efficiency projects in an aggregate amount of $15 million. Item number 9, authorization for actions necessary for the closing of Encuentro Square Phase 1. I'll get it one of these days. Encuentro Square Phase 1, including the execution of a rental. What does it mean? Oh, okay. Including the execution of a rental assistance demonstration project-based housing assistant payment HAP contract. Item number 10, authorization for actions necessary for the disposition of a portion of the former Harold Ickes site, submission of a land disposition application to HUD, and acquisition approval for a nearby site. And finally, number 11, authorization to take actions necessary for the disposition and sale of vacant land at the former Robert Taylor Homes site at West 44th and South Dearborn Streets for the development of new for-sale housing. Madam Chair, on behalf of the Real Estate Operations Development Committee, I would like to present an omnibus motion for approval of items number 3 through 11.
Wonderful. Do we have a second for the motion? Okay, thank you. Are there any recusals, abstentions, or denials? Hearing none. The resolution for items number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Oh, I'm sorry. Which is number
5.
5 and 6?
5.
So,
Well, cases,
Oh, 5 and 6.
5 and
5 and
6,
6,
yes.
yes.
so there will be an omnibus motion presented by the commissioner for approvals, items number 3 through 11, with one abstention by Commissioner Matenke on item number 6. And 5. 5 and 6, okay? And so do we have a second to that correction?
Second.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the resolutions for items number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, and 11, with the abstention for 5 and 6 from James Matenke, Commissioner Matenke, are hereby approved. We had 10, we now have 12 registered speakers who will comment on general CHA matters. Knowing the importance of your attendance at our monthly board meetings, my fellow commissioners, I look forward to hearing you speak and your concerns, and will give full consideration to your input. As I mentioned at the very beginning of our committee meeting, we respect the fact that you took the time out of your busy schedule to attend today. As a reminder, depending on the questions you ask, your questions may be answered directly by the CEO, or they may be referred to another staff person, or you may be contacted after the meeting, personally today after the meeting, but you can be assured that the concerns are addressed before the next scheduled meeting. To ensure that all registered speakers get an opportunity to address the board, we will enforce the 2-minute time limit. You can see the board for your time. Speakers are not allowed to see their time to another person. Additionally, speakers must appear individually when called upon. Please come to the podium, state your name, address, and identify the group and organization you are representing, and state your concern. All comments must be addressed to me and not to individual members of the board or CHA staff. Disruptive behavior that impedes conducting board committee business is prohibited. Disruptive behavior includes, but is not limited to, personal attacks, abusive, threatening, intemperate language, and refusal to abide by the time limits set forth in the public participation rules. Staff is available to assist speakers who have requested special accommodation. The following is the order in which speakers will be called. We have Irene Harris, Angela Parker, and J.L. Gross first, in that order. Miss Irene Harris, Miss Angela Parker, and then Mr. J.L. Gross. Thank you.
Greetings. Regarding the May 17, 2022 CHA board meeting, a response was provided which stated that after further review, my case was handled in accordance with CHA policies and procedures. Let the record show that's incorrect. My children and I still do not have regular, safe, secure, adequate, and habitable housing, yet I'm still paying for rent at a place where me and my children's lives are continually being threatened and are in jeopardy. I had to send one of my sons away. On May 18th, the day after the board meeting, I received a dismissive email from your Chief Executive Officer, Resident Services, Mary Howard. She essentially reverted me back to the ACOP, Property Management and Resident Initiated Transfers, and the Family Works provider, Metropolitan Family Services, to resolve an ongoing issue with my neighbor. Please allow me to clarify. I had previously followed the chain of command when it came to CHA's leasing agreement and the City of Chicago crime reporting procedures when being stalked, harassed, threatened, and assaulted. I was already in constant contact with my property managers. I filed incident reports. Mediations were conducted. Lease violations were given to the other parties to include being barred off the development, yet and still he continued his malicious behavior. I filed police reports, a stalking no contact order. I even contacted the victim assistance hotline and was denied several times based on the director's opinion. According to VAWA, CHA's policies and procedures in the ACOP under Section E, number
30
3,
seconds.
number 3A and B confirms that my case was not resolved expeditiously correspondent to the above mentioned section, nor under the transfer policy. For example, sections B1 and B3 under transfer categories, which pertains to emergency transfers and mandatory administrative transfers, to say the least. Where's the adherence to moral and ethical principles of a housing authority that has a plethora of resources, yet a paucity of assistance from its workforce?
Time is up.
I would not be standing before you today if the need was not still evident. Nevertheless, I thank God that I do not look like what I've been through, nor what I am continuing to go through, but I digress.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. We'll have Ms. Parker, Ms. Angela Parker. Are you Angela Parker? Yes, hi.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Madam CEO and the Commissioners. I just want to say it's good to see you all back in a collective manner in this building. I had a few things that I wanted to say regarding the Section 3 program and how it relates to what I like to do. I like to help others. So during the height of COVID, my company, I'm the owner of Ryan's Cleaning Services, we handcrafted 150 desks, and I brought 150 chairs, and we distributed them throughout the CHA development to the children that was in need. So today I would like to take part in the Take Flight for the college students. If I can partner with you guys for that, I would like to donate 4 $500 scholarships to the residents. So I have some other things to say, but I would like to say thanks.
Thank you,
Thank
Angela.
you very much. Thank you very much for that. We have Mr. J.L. Gross. I know he was here earlier. Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. Thank you. And then after Mr. Gross speaks, we will have Laura Donaldson and Dorsa Tyler.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm gonna go off script here because I'm frustrated and I'm really upset that we're only given 2 minutes. I'm like that lady said, I think that we are not being heard. But I'm from Lathrop Homes. I'm a long-term resident. And I'm here to talk about 11 buildings. 5 slated for demolition and 6 that are supposed, I don't know if they're supposed to be renovated or what, but anyway, pardon me, I'm a little frustrated. Anyway, in 2017, you signed a historic preservation agreement with CHA. And that agreement was, let's see, for building E and F next to the power plant, CHA agrees to maintain the building in good repair and in a clean and safe manner, in a clean and safe condition, and in a manner that would not exacerbate the normal aging. And yet, you have completely went against the grain, and those buildings are really hazardous, and they're in a crisis. Squatters, taggers,
30 seconds.
gaps in the fence, plywood boardings are falling apart, open and smash windows, garbage and debris. And what's at stake is injury or death to somebody. A woman can be drug up behind that fence and raped in an isolated area. The taggers could fall from the building, which is about 10
Time is
stories
up.
high. I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gross. Thank you for your comments. Ms. Donaldson, Laura Donaldson. Mr. President. Ms. Dorsa Tyler? Okay. We have, the next two are Jenny Newsom and Jeffrey Howard. Mr. Howard? And after Mr. Howard, we have Juana Iris Castaneda.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam CEO, board members. My name is Jeffrey Howard, excuse me, and I'm the Executive Vice President of SEIU Local 73. And we represent over 30,000 members statewide, including over 100 at CHA, including over 20 front desk monitors. So I want to speak candidly with you guys today, with the board and those watching, because there's an ongoing effort to privatize the front desk monitors throughout CHA. I'm here to tell you this is a bad plan. Currently, workers put their all into CHA. They fostered meaningful relationships with residents of CHA, have repeatedly proven their ability to excel at their roles. Replacing these workers with private security will burn an important bridge that connects your residents to your organization. As the leader at SEIU Local 73, I've heard the stories from these workers. They've told me about the things that they do for the residents. The residents call them at home at 2, 3 in the morning. For many of the residents, they're their only outlets. I had one member told me she gave a birthday party for one of the residents who celebrated his 100th birthday. That's what they do. They keep the common areas clean. They work with your building managers. They do what it takes to make sure those buildings are taken care of. I heard you guys speaking earlier today about Commissioner Washington, about making sure that as you—
30 seconds.
Okay, as you awarded this $168 million to these security companies, that they foster relationships with the building residents. So I'm here to say our voice won't be silenced at SEIU. We have a means to sort of do this. I think we feel it is highly inappropriate to privatize these workers, deunionize these workers. You just offered $100 million to a non-union firm that they're going to bring in here and do this work. Do not privatize these workers.
Time is
These
up.
workers need to stay where they are, as they are, and continue to do the good work that they do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. We have Juana, and then after Ms. Castaneda, we have Denisha Shoemaker, and then Shania Ramey.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Juana Iris Castañeda. I live at 2833 North Springfield Avenue, up in Logan Square, longtime resident of there. I am a representative of Palenque LSNA, formerly known as Logan Square Neighborhood Association. And after this meeting, I just want to say, shame on you, CHA. In the 1990s, HUD Secretary Henry Cisneros called CHA one of the worst housing authorities in the country. And it seems that it has unfortunately not changed. It is embarrassing that the Chicago was named the second best city in the country by timeout.com when CHA can't even properly house its residents. According to Injustice Watch and the Chicago Tribune, they found that the CHA reported only 47 mixed status families in its portfolio. Out of 22,000, only 47 families were mixed status. That's in comparison to New York and LA, some of the biggest housing authorities in this country. That is unfortunate, it is upsetting, it is frustrating. We talk about showing the representation of Chicago as a demographic. Where is it in CHA? It is not being reflected in the numbers. It is not being reported by the family and the voices. I work with the National Museum of Public Housing as an intern with Roosevelt University down the street, literally. I was able to hear a lot of oral histories. I found a lot of
30
people
seconds.
that were in need of housing. It's not just citizens. It's everyone in Chicago needs housing because housing is a human right and is needed. So here I am demanding that those numbers go up. Within the next 5 years, those numbers go up. I am asking the promotion of resources to be inclusive in their language. And also that law that allows for citizens that have mixed status families to be able to apply. I want that to be known, to have
Time is up.
ads all known for the Chicago families. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castaneda. CEO Scott has a reply.
Thank you, Ms. Castaneda, and to members of the public. I do want to make sure that everybody understands. Our public housing and project-based voucher waiting lists are open, and all families are welcome to apply to that. We did discover a few years ago that there was some discouragement for folks, for families of mixed status applying because our waiting list procedure required a Social Security number. And just for those who don't know, mixed status are families with undocumented residents or members of their family. And so we have changed that on our systems. So it does not require that you put in a Social Security number on the waiting list in order to sign up for our waiting list. And so we encourage all families in need of housing to sign up for our waiting list online at thecha.org. Thank you.
Clarification. You were not speaking about the voucher waiting list. You're talking about the site-based waiting list.
Only the PBV and public housing waiting lists are open.
Thank you for the clarification. I was remiss. I skipped over Tamika Holt. I thought I was just thinking that you had spoken before, so I apologize. Ms. Holt, you're actually next. Then we will. Then we have Ms. Shoemaker.
It's funny that she brought up housing, because it's disturbing to me that I brought it up back in, I think was February, maybe March, that I had been getting calls about families getting these letters concerning PPP, and taxes hadn't even been filed yet, threatening letters about coming in 10 days, about bringing paperwork. So in order for another family to receive a voucher, you have to take a voucher from a family. My name is Tamika Holden. I'm the president of What's in It for the Black People as an ADOS, descendants of slaves. And you're leaving Black people homeless. That means you're making children homeless. So with that being said, where is the representation for Section 8 families? Once again, although I'm not a Section 8 resident anymore, I'm a homeowner that should pretty much, you don't highlight. Yeah, I don't even have a mortgage. Yeah, I did that by pretty much guarding my business and working hard and saving every dime. So with that being said, that don't mean I'm not going to still advocate for my people. Where is our representation? Where our families, where they are living in conditions where landlords are still bullying them? Nobody is looking out for our people. Where is this council that's supposed to represent Section 8 residents? Public housing residents, the LAC, we don't vote for them. They don't vote for them. Where is the representation?
30 seconds.
Our people are their vouchers are being snatched from them, and nobody is doing anything. Once again, I'm finna highlight this situation, and you're gonna be on the news. You're making children homeless. They had nothing to do with what their parents did, and even the lack of knowledge of a lot of our residents are pretty much being misused against them, and nobody is pretty much helping them out or telling them what to do or the avenues they have to pretty much advocate for themselves.
Time is
And
up.
you're using their ignorance against them, and it's wrong. And you're pretty much shaving our population, because in order for a voucher to be received by another family, you got to take one from us, and you know that. What are you doing, CHA? And even with this young woman having a problem, you don't even pretty much get nobody to come up to help her. You don't even do that anymore. And I'm looking at the room, you so cold. Like, what's going on? The last administration will at least try to help. But what are you doing? You just sit there, you listen like it's nothing. Like the residents don't have, you know what I'm saying, no right to even expect help from you anymore.
Thank you, Ms. Holt. We'll have Ms. Shoemaker.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing?
Good afternoon.
I'm here today for diligent help. I live with my mom with a voucher. I was just bullied for 6 months in a home with black mold. Me and my children, I just adopted. 2021, we all, 3 of us, have tested positive from the University of Chicago. Right now, I'm looking for help because I'm being bullied. Retaliation is going on right now. Again, I live with my mom in a 2-bedroom with 3 children in her space right now. Every time I go and look for a unit, I don't feel like lying. That's exhausting even talking about this story. I'm not gonna go that deep into it. But my whole Rent Cafe account has been erased because everybody's covering up what they did to me, towards me. Since 2017, I have gotten money from a program from you guys that I was an entrepreneur. I showed them my thing every year. It's supposed to be every 2 years. I showed them every 2 years. Again, I'm living with my mom in a 2-bedroom with 3 babies I just adopted. I've had them since 11 days old, 18 days old, and 2 weeks old. I am an entrepreneur. I'm still running my business. I'm not making as much money, but at the end of the day, I'm in her space right now. Y'all, I'm asking for help right now. That's all I'm asking for. I don't know what's going on. I don't want to care what's going on with you guys, but at the end of the day, I need help, and I'm asking for help. I've never gotten in y'all business, but today I need y'all to get in my hands. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Someone is going to speak to you today. We have Ms. Ramey.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sharia Ramey. I'm a resident of Bridgeport Homes. And my question today, I do have a question and a concern. For the larger families of CHA, which I do have a larger family of 10, that will be 13, including myself, because I have 2 grandchildren. And for the larger families, what are your future plans for expansion of space and how you want to go about placing those larger families, which are in CHA developments that are undersized? Because I am undersized right now. Also, I do have a reasonable accommodation because I have a disabled son, in which I am waiting to get a response from that. I also have a concern with the garbage outside of our development. It is a safety hazard for the children because we have numerous amounts of rodents, big like cats, running around every single day. And they're running back to and fro up in our yard. They live under our porches. Like we go in, they literally live under there. We are hoping for a garbage enclosement. We are getting a lot of, like, it's not gonna happen. But I'm sure that all the funding that you all have put forth today, a garbage enclosement should not be that hard for us to get in
30
Bridgeport
seconds.
Homes. Also, I have water damage in my house. My house flooded again this weekend. Can someone please come out and replace my cabinets? Like I said, I have 10 children and 2 grandchildren in my house. And it is the conditions that's in my kitchen right now is making it nearly impossible for me to function in my everyday life. Those are all my concerns. If anyone can help me with that, please feel free to. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Madam Chair and the board, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name,
Ms. Ramey.
Ms. Ramey, yes. If you can see the gentleman who's standing right there with the tie, and he can address your concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Those are all of our speakers today. So
Top
I'm
of
sorry.
16.
Check to make sure that I have not missed anything. Those are all of our speakers for today. We will have please understand that although we may not have responded to your issue right now, each of your issues will be responded to by the next board meeting, if not sooner. Right now, we're going to have a few announcements before the board goes into closed session. I'm going to start by ceding the mic over to Commissioner Dr. Harris, who has a special acknowledgement.
Yes. Is Cass Miller available?
I don't believe he's in the room. If we could get Cass. Okay, thank you.
While they're getting Cass, I just want to say that here he comes now. Thank you. Let me take this over.
podium. He looks suspicious.
Over there. That podium over there. While they're getting ready also, Ms. Harris, someone is going to come speak to you today. Okay.
Well, I just want to say that it is such a wonderful opportunity for me to be able to stand here. And I want to thank our chair, our beautiful chair, Angela Herlock, for affording me this opportunity to stand here to acknowledge such a wonderful person. Words just cannot express sometimes our feelings for people that we're allowed to meet. And truly, as we take this journey of life, we meet many special people, and you have been one in my life. And I want to say that I think everyone here at CHA knows Cass Miller. Can we say Cass Miller?
Cass Miller.
Can you say it a little louder? Cass Miller.
Cass Miller.
Come on, let's give Cass Miller a hand. Cass Miller. Yes. Well, Cass has held many leadership positions in the corporate sector prior to joining CHA on May 24th, 2004. He currently serves as the Deputy Chief of the HQ Facilities and Special Events. Now, I personally have known Cass for nearly over 20 years. 20 beautiful years. Yes. And my fellow board members became familiar with Cass when we started holding CHA board meetings at the Charles Hayes Family Center. Remember that? You know that, right? A strong communicator, project manager, event planner. Every board meeting was successfully executed. That's Cass. That's right. If the meeting was held in February, the boardroom was appropriately and impeccably decorated to showcase Valentine's. Valentine's on the walls, the ceilings, the chairs, the tables, Valentine's everywhere, showing love. Cass, you're just filled with love. And we felt it whenever we walk in to our meetings, and we had special holidays like at Thanksgiving. He had turkeys and all kind of fruits and vegetables and pictures of healthy eating and teaching us how to live. Cass, you know you're special. I want to say that also, you knew how to deck the halls at the CHA. When certain seasons would come, you'd have butterflies for the spring, maybe bees for the summer. For the fall seasons, all kind of beautiful leaves, and the winter seasons, snowmen and snowflakes. He just allowed us to he reminded us of the importance of living life and the seasons of life. You have a very special gift because you're a very special person. Cass is known to all of us as a creative, hands-on leader, always ensuring that every logistical detail of every event is planned and properly executed. And I must say, I'm going to whisper this to you, even the dedication was so special to me. Thank you, Cass. You all didn't hear that, but it was. However, at the conclusion of every event, Cass never fails to acknowledge his team for their hard work and contributions. And Cass' favorite saying, I understand, is, we're all in this together. Is that correct? We're all in this together. Can we just say, we're all in this together? Oh, come on, we can say it louder than that. We're all in this together. Yes, we are all in this together because we can't do anything alone. It takes all of us working together. But on behalf of the board, I have the honor of presenting this plaque to you, which reads, and come closer, please. And it's so beautiful. It says, Outstanding Service Award, presented to Cass R. Miller in recognition of your hard work and dedication to the Chicago Housing Authority, CHA. Thank God for you. Congratulations, Cass. We hate to see you leave, but we know that great things are ahead for you. So I just want to say that you certainly made CHA a better place during your tenure, and you will be missed. Oh, yes, you will. But with that, I just have, I was a kindergarten teacher, so they allow me to do these things. I thank the board for being so flexible. Just a little something fun. I want to share that I know you're leaving Chicago, correct? You're leaving Illinois, but Illinois will always have you, so we want you to have this Illinois state plate, because you're a 4-star general. So we want you to make sure you remember us, because we made you the 4-star general that you've become. And hallelujah. And then with that, we want you to enjoy this little cap that says Chicago. And it's colorful. It's, you're always dressed in all these different outfits and what have you. So that's just something for your wardrobe. And then I want to say we had some fake candy here. It has sneakers on it because we know you're going to really run and have fun down in Atlanta when you get down there. But please don't forget us, because we'll never forget you. So we have one for you and one for you when you get to Atlanta. One from Illinois and one from Georgia. Georgia on my mind. I know it's on your mind. But don't forget us. And again, we love. Can we not stand and just say, come on, let's stand and give you a great send-off and say we love and appreciate all the things that you've done. Because truly, there's never be another Cass R. Miller. Thank God. Congratulations.
Cass, who gave you permission?
You heard him. We just
Thank you so much, Dr. Harris, for that. And congrats on your next or moving forward, and best wishes, Cass, to you. We will miss you. You will definitely be missed. Yeah. Responses to the May 17th board meeting comments are available at the check-in desk outside and posted on the CHA's website. Our next committee and board meetings are scheduled for Tuesday, September 20th at 8:30 a.m. As a reminder, persons wishing to attend or comment at the committee or board meeting must register in advance via email at boardpubliccomments@the.cha or call the board secretary at 312-913-7282. If you're unable to register within the allotted time or not comfortable speaking in person or in public, or do not want to state your comment publicly at board meetings, you can always submit written comments at boardpubliccomments@the.cha.org. Written comments will be made available for commissioners' review and responded to by the next scheduled board meeting. Visit our website or call the board secretary's office to stay abreast of information on board-related meetings or to receive a copy of the public comment process. I will now present a motion to go into closed meeting for approximately 30 minutes. In addition to item number 12 listed on the agenda, and in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, the board may discuss matters under the following exceptions: personnel-related matters under C1 and C2, pending imminent or probable litigation under C11, purchase, sale, or lease of real estate property under C5 and C6, and audit reviews under C29. May I have a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes? We'll now go into closed session and be back in approximately 30 minutes.
when I'm baking, it's just, I like to kind of like have that quiet time. I know most people say, well, it's not quiet. It is. There's just machines going and our music maybe, but I could just kind of be in my own zone, I think, and that's what I like the most about baking. It started as a homeschool project with my daughter at the time, my oldest daughter at the time, who was 7. We were doing a project on the Navy bean, how it received its name, its health benefits, and so that's how we all got started. We did bean pie, bean soup, and bean salad as the foods around that project. The bean pie turned out pretty good, salad not so good, but 2 out of 3 is not bad.
I remember coming downstairs, and I do remember tasting it. But you ever had something that just hit you all of a sudden? So I remember tasting it, and all of a sudden all these thoughts started hitting me off to that taste. I was like, man, this could lead into something. So I told my wife, I said, I think this can be a real good business.
A lot of people think a bean pie is a savory dish. It's actually a dessert. So it's a sweet dish. It's made with navy beans. Why do we use the navy beans? Because when you mix protein and sugar, it's easier on the digestive system for you to digest. What we did, we sold them in a fundraiser for the school. And from there, people kept coming back. And then I said, well, this is a business that we could teach our youth that we, how to make and manufacture their own product. So next thing you know, we were in Peach Fresh Markets, Whole Foods, Ultra, Fair Play. The youth had an idea of putting it online, and now we ship throughout the United States as well. So Section 3 has been working with me one-on-one with counseling. It also outsourced some consultations for our company, and they were very instrumental in helping me to build out a balance sheet that actually showed how we would do better in retail.
Most residents call our area CHA Section 3, but we have rebranded and reimagined ourselves, and we're now known as the Workforce Opportunity Resource Center. And we love to help our residents start, grow, transform their businesses through coaching, educating, mentoring, and networking.
I'm going to say something funny, but that business owners need bosses too. And what do I mean by that? We need sometimes just that person to help keep you accountable. I tell everybody the secret is love. Yeah, because a lot of people can get a recipe and you can make a pie. But that's the secret. The secret is love.
CHA values diversity and inclusion and is here to help. We live in a city that has a large immigrant community. We want to make sure that individuals with a limited English proficiency feel understood, respected, and valued. Our services are free of charge, and we want to make sure that our residents, applicants, and the general public use them anytime they need them.
다름이 아니고요. 여기 이제 우리 여기 지금 저기들이 많이 하면은 모른다고 이제 날로 이제 불러요. 얘기해달라고요. 그러면 지가 얘기해줘요.
We have a number of tools aimed to help our limited English proficiency population access our services. We have our language identification chart that helps CHA staff identify the language needs of our residents and the phone number they can call to get assistance on demand. We have posters in every CHA office that provides the phone number to our main line where they can access an interpreter over the phone. We also have our language access etiquette card that includes key phrases in our top 10 languages. This card allows the employee to communicate to the resident while he or she connects to an interpreter. On our website, you're going to be able to find all our language access information, including language access tools, and you are able to translate any page by clicking on the upper right-hand side and selecting the language of choice.
Our city is multicultural,
and requires clear and efficient communication between languages and cultures. At Chicago Housing Authority, we are here to bridge that gap with meaningful access to language assistance. Lean on us to support you through all your language and interpretation needs.
Someone who's never used the interpretation services before, what would you tell them?
좋다고 그래야지 무슨 말을 해주겠어요.
We've come a long way since CHA's first owner symposium in 2008. Back then, the symposium was designed as a one-day event to educate property owners on CHA's Housing Choice Voucher Program and share the tools and resources they needed to thrive as our partners. Word of that successful first gathering quickly spread, and we realized just how many rental housing providers were searching for an event like the symposium. Symposium has always exceeded our expectations. That first year, we welcomed about 560 attendees. By 2013, the symposium had grown into the premier event for property owners, managers, investors, and real estate professionals across the city, drawing 1,000 attendees representing more than 10,000 rental units. Owner Symposium online in 2020 was a tough decision, but one that also opened new opportunities. Not only didn't Symposium Week 20 see just as many attendees as years past, it created a way for people to keep engaging with us after the event ended through the availability of on-demand session recordings. It also meant that new attendees who couldn't make the live event had access to the information at their convenience. Moving forward, I expect that some part of the symposium will always be online to reach the people who really need it. A strong housing market doesn't happen by accident. It's the result of long hours and hard work by committed housing providers, and CHA is in a unique position to support these efforts. I don't think any organization but CHA could host an event like the symposium year over year. With more than 50,000 families living in homes with support from Housing Choice Vouchers and many more in need, CHA is deeply committed to fostering these relationships and building on our strong foundations. So, whether you're an industry veteran or you just got started last month, thank you. Thank you for being our partner in this mission and for all the work you do each and every day to support Chicago families.
The Family Self-Sufficiency Program is a 5-year program offered by the Chicago Housing Authority to residents to assist them with employment goals, educational goals, and financial inclusion. They will attend financial literacy workshops through the program. They will receive job leads for employment goals. We help with connecting them to partners so they can get in school if that's what they need to do. Any goal that they have outlined, we consider ourselves a resource for the participant to obtain that goal.
It helped me to increase my credit score. I have excellent credit right now. It just helps you get your entire life together.
They want to buy a home, but they don't have their credit together. They don't have a job yet, or they definitely don't have the down payment. So once they join our program, we build you up to that point. So hopefully within that next 5 years, you will be at the point where you can make that decision if you really want to buy that home.
So Heartland Human Care Services is the one who administers our program. They work with our participants. We're into family coaching now. They are responsible for empowering and mentoring our participants so that they have more of a coach versus a coordinator.
You become like part of their family, you know. I've had people that call me and like, I'm thinking about going and buying a car, and I'm like, that may not be the best thing right now because we're so close to this house, let's do the house first and the car later, so you're constantly trying to be encouraging.
Mr. Alice. This man, let me tell you, he goes above and beyond his job. You never had someone there for you, he is there. There is no excuse. Anytime I've ever needed help, he has been there.
This program with the CHA, I took advantage of the Choose to Own program. For the community college to get my, to do some of the classes, they paid for that. FSS, I use my escrow to purchase my home, had a great ride with the teacher, and that's what I said, thank you.
It's important because I couldn't have went back to school. I couldn't have regained the respect that I have from my family member and others. People look up to me today.
The FSS program has seen a lot of successes over the past 2 years. At the recent graduation, we had 138 graduates. Of those 138 graduates, 11 of them moved on to purchase their homes, either on their own or with our Choose to Own program with the CHA. We have had more than 20 of those graduates start businesses.
With this program, it gives you comfort. It gives you a sense of stability, okay? It gives you respect because when you have somewhere to go, when you do better, when you learn better, you do better.
For more information, call the FSS hotline at 773-672-6644.
I'm glad I took the shot. Quick, easy, not painful at all.
Well, I'm glad I'm getting my shot, get it out the way, and then prevent everyone else from catching it.
I think we all are, yes. Those that came down, and there's a majority of us that did come down to get the shot, I think they're happy to have received it. I think they feel joy and relief for getting the shot. I feel good about it. I feel that I'll be able to interact with other people at a distance, okay? So I feel good about it.
I'm gonna be proud that I was able to get my shot. Then I say, oh, I'm all right now.
Thank you to everyone who's already gotten their COVID-19 vaccine so far. All Chicagoans aged 16 and up are now eligible for a COVID-19 vaccination. If you're a CHA resident and you still need help finding a place to get vaccinated, remember your resident service coordinator, or your Family Works provider can help. Thanks again, and please stay safe.
Our commitment here of the project-based vouchers will make it possible for 24 families from our waiting list to have stable housing. It will also make it possible for those who were here at Cabrini Green before to return, and they will have preference on these units.
So this is a development that's going to give folks housing, affordable and CHA, but also is going to give folks an opportunity to work.
This commitment to affordable housing at this site never wavered, and due to your early insistence, became the blueprint for the ARO ordinance and later the pilot zone ordinance.
And so we are really proud to be part of this groundbreaking today, that it's taking the city another step towards its ambition to be a more inclusive and equitable city.
We're really excited to be part of this project. This is going to be an apartment building where if you earn $22,000 a year, you can live here. And if you earn $100,000 a year, you can live here. That is a vision for not just this neighborhood, but really the whole city, the whole state. When we complete projects like this, we're making it possible for the families, low-income families, and children who live in these communities to walk tall and envision greater for themselves.
I dreamed of having a house, but I dreamed of having a blue house, right? I remember that as a kid. But through life, I've never was one of those persons like, I'm gonna have a house, you know, I just wasn't. However life takes you and wherever you go, I think everything prepares you up until whatever point that you accomplish something.
So the Choose Your Own Homeownership Program is a program set aside for eligible public housing residents along with Housing Choice Voucher residents of the Chicago Housing Authority. And essentially the way the program works is that participants are allowed to use the voucher to pay a portion of their monthly mortgage. So what families would do is apply for the program. We would determine their eligibility amount based off their payment standard that they currently have. And families, once they're approved, they're referred to our pre-purchase counselors. And after that, they're referred to our lenders who will take their pre-approval and make sure that they're eligible and tell them how much of a home that they qualify for. Then they can work with the list of our preferred realtors to go out and look for a property anywhere in the city of Chicago.
I was provided a team, and each person along the way, they gave me instruction. I specifically told each person I didn't want to feel like I was by myself in the process. There were some things that I already had known. I don't like to give what I know. I just like to make sure that they're in agreement with what I've known. They were. And I tell you, it was comforting because they instructed me along the way. They didn't let me, fall by the wayside. And yeah, it was pretty quick. The first step after the orientation was to set up a consultation with NHS, a counselor for home buying. She was really fantastic. I mean, when I say she was really good, she was really good. She shared her screen, so not only did I hear what she was saying, but I saw what she was saying.
The program has been in existence since 2002, and since then we've had, to date, 712 closings. In fact, we've had 25 closings in 2021 alone, and last year we had a record-breaking number through the pandemic of 54 closings. And so it just goes to show you that our residents, they really have a passion for home ownership.
I think in life, a lot of times we don't know where help is. A lot of times we don't know where help is. There's things that we want to do, there's things that we want to accomplish, there's things that we just want to learn about. And I think this program is one that helps in every facet. I would encourage anybody, if it's something that you want to do, especially home ownership, this program is one of the ones that is rewarding.
This branch will support our far South Side residents who are predominantly Black and ensure that they have plenty of opportunities at their fingertips to become whoever and whatever they want to be.
we intentionally created a space that links early childhood learning and family resources for lifelong learning. The center provides this optimal environment where everyone, especially children, can focus, learn, develop, and dream.
Students and job seekers will find added computers, community groups will find new meeting rooms and community space, and teens will find a safe after-school space with a brand new U-Media where they can hang out, mess around, and geek out as they develop critical 21st century skills.
And what you see today is over $435 million of investment in this community. And so we're excited. We're excited to see this community on the rebound. And this library is just another key to that puzzle that we need to put in place.
It has a resource center and a daycare that will help my family and other families as well, especially since I have children, ages 2 and 10 months. Thank you for making this library happen, and thank you for letting me speak today.
And best of all, this is just the beginning. When a community works together for a common purpose, the bond is formed and all is possible. So today, Altgeld Garden residents, I can say that the wait is over. Your day is here. And finally, the Altgeld Library and Family Resource Center is open for business.
continue if you
Okay.
want.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We are getting started. Live stream? Live stream, good? Wonderful. Good afternoon again. Thank you for rejoining today's meeting in person and via our live stream video broadcast. Commissioners just finished meeting in closed session where we discussed personnel and other matters under closed meeting exception. We're ready to start the second portion of our business session. Our board secretary will now take the roll. Lee?
Commissioner Brewer, Commissioner Gutierrez, Commissioner Harris, Commissioner Hart,
Here.
Commissioner Matanke,
Here.
Commissioner Parker, Commissioner Washington, Commissioner Hurlock.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Commissioners, draft minutes for the regular and closed meeting session meetings of May 17th, 2022 were included in your meeting materials. May I have a motion to approve the minutes for the regular board and closed meetings of May 17th?
So moved.
Second. Thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, recusals, or abstentions? Thank you. Please note that Luis abstained, Commissioner Gutierrez abstained. Hearing none, the minutes are hereby approved as submitted with the one abstention. During closed session, board members discussed item number 12, personnel actions. Are there any further questions or comments for commissioners on item number 12? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve item number 12, personnel actions? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the motion carries and the resolution for item number 12 is approved. If there are no more business to come before the board, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you all for participating in today's meeting's proceedings. The annual meeting for July 19th is now adjourned. As a reminder, our next in-person committee and board meetings are scheduled for Tuesday, September 20th. We thank you all for your patience, and we wish you goodness and safety. Please remember that advanced registration is required if you'd like to attend as an observer or provide in-person commentary at board-related meetings. Enjoy the rest of your summer. Please be safe. Thank you again for your remaining here while we finish all of the meetings. Have a great day.